to the pylon. Jalen Hurts for the second time tonight.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Behind me, deep to left field. Wards to the track. He's in the fence. It's good. Go ahead, Bobby Blast. The Royals take a 4-3 lead in the eighth.
Well, a fantastic, positive Friday. How are you? And welcome to the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Hope you are having a fantastic Friday afternoon as we get set for the weekend. You've got the Labor Day rematch coming up tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Also, the first ever Labor Day rematch brunch that is going to become an annual event for all of you football fans. You can go to the Elks website, click on the community link, and you can get yourself an individual seat, or you can get a table. I think they have a few seats left for tomorrow. It goes from starts at 11. They got entertainment, festivities, sluice juice, food, and more. And there's going to be a hot stove with some alumni from both Calgary and Edmonton coming down, so that'll be a lot of fun, and just a lot of mingling, enjoying. Basically, think the spirit of Edmonton. Obviously, not as big, but it is the first year, so good luck with that. Also, we have the NFL kicked off last night, the Eagles and the Cowboys, and if you're looking for an unexpected start to the game, I'm not sure how many people had a spitter in the first play of the game, right? Not great, right? Jalen Carter, pardon. What are you thinking? And I will say, Dak Prescott, now it wasn't in the face, so that definitely helped, right? But still, it's just gross. Like, so you teach that to your kids. Don't spit on each other, right? Like, don't bite, don't pull hair, don't spit. Like, those are some of the things that are pretty much standard parenting as you grow up. And now there's other things, but don't spit in someone's face. Like, it is one of the worst things I can think of. You can say a lot of things, and maybe because, when we grew up, sticks and stones are breaking bones, words will never hurt me. That's obviously changed the mindset for some people now. But they're, someone looks at you and says, "Hey, you idiot, whatever." I'll go, sure. Someone spits in your face, it's almost like instant rage. So it wasn't in the face, but still, Jalen Carter gets kicked out of the game. It's kind of like a one-game suspension in a way. So we'll see. I was trying to find out Preston for it to see if he's going to get suspended for another game or not, but we'll see. I don't know. Like, it was just dumb, right? Like, just dumb. And there's not much else you can say about it. The other thing that stood out in that game, CeeDee Lamb. How many drops this guy have? What the hell is going on? This guy's one of the most sure-handed receivers in the league. Had at least 3, probably 4 that you would say are legit drops. That was crazy. They lose the game 24-20. Might have cost them the game when you think about it. You complete a few of those. Who knows what happens? Would it have led to at least one? Like, you got arguably the best kicker in the game. You get in the field goal range, a few of those catches, maybe you do get 6 points, 2 field goals. Who knows? But Jalen Hurts, solid game. Not a great game. Everybody's raving about this game. He had like 160-some passing yards. Like, let's pump the brakes on greatness here. Some scrambles for sure. Good scrambler, no question. But the Eagles, if you had the Cowboys covering, you won. So good on that. Tonight, we got the Chiefs and the Chargers. Also, if you're a tennis fan, U.S. Open semifinal right now, you've got the Joker versus Alcaraz, and then later on tonight, Felix taking on Sinner. That's going to be a tough matchup for the Canadian, but kind of be unreal if you could upset him. It would be a huge upset, no question. Number 1 seed versus the number 25 seed. So a big weekend of tennis, big weekend in the NFL. Obviously, huge series starts tonight, Jays and the Yankees. So that'll be fun to watch. Of course, we mentioned the rematch in the CFL. For Labor Day, you have the Elks and the Stampeders, and it's a 5 o'clock start tomorrow. It's looking like it's going to be the biggest crowd of the year in Edmonton for quite a bit. We got BC and Ottawa tonight. Then the early game. There's actually a triple header tomorrow. So hopefully they'll be playing some of those games at least just on the TV. Down at the brunch, you got Hamilton and Montreal. That gets going 11 Edmonton time. Then Saskatchewan, Winnipeg at 2 o'clock Edmonton time. And then Calgary and the Elks will be the, quote, late game at 5 o'clock. Just fantastic triple header. I love it. That's a ton of football. So fantastic. Cons, do you think he'll get another game suspension for the spit?
No chance. Going back at the history,
okay.
It's been fines. I actually have it here. It was Bill Romanowski, 97, got a $7,000 fine. Happened in 98 with linebacker Hardy Nickerson. Sean Taylor, $17,000 in the playoffs. Terrell Owens got a $35,000 fine, and in 2020, Marcus Peters was fined $12.5. So I don't think a suspension, fine for sure, but if it happens, that would be something. I think the whole game, like not even playing a snap. My conspiracy mind, Gregor, says he was out of shape and didn't want to be exposed, so he just did something stupid to get kicked out. But man, that without him, like he is so valuable to that defense. That played a huge role in that game. And for you fantasy football players that had him or had the Eagles defense, probably hurt you a little bit because he's a beast.
Yeah.
Maybe one that doesn't think enough.
Yeah, well, hey, was not a great decision for sure. Coming up on the show today, Mike Russo will join us. We're going to go around the. Hey, what about Conor McDavid's not the only guy looking for a big contract. Mr. Kaprizov, the superstar in Minnesota, is in need of a contract. So we'll talk to Mike about that. Lorianne Muenzer will be by. Also, Bill Bender will set up the weekend in the NFL. We got the 2-minute warning with Cam Tate. I had a chance to go one-on-one with the newest member, well, one of the newest members, maybe at the Edmonton Oilers. We'll see. He's got to make the team first. But David Tomasic, and fantastic conversation. Actually, I talked to Dave, in the interview, and then we talked a lot afterwards. Him and his wife are here, and they've been in Edmonton for over a week now. Actually, they lived in the hotel for a bit, but they just wanted more space, so they got an Airbnb now for the next while. They're actually they're going to have an apartment here soon. But he's loved Edmonton. He walked around there. I'd asked him kind of where he's gone. He went to the River Valley. Asked some other places to go see and check out. And, he's really enjoyed his time in Edmonton. The one thing I noticed today watching Tomasic, this guy can one-time the puck. Like, he can really shoot it. But we had a great conversation about why was now the time to come try North America? Because he's had offers. He's had lots of offers. He said most of them were two-way deals over the years, and he just didn't feel he was ready. And, he really wanted to test himself the last few years in Sweden, and he did exceptionally well by leading the league in goals 2 years ago. He led the league in points this past season, and it's a skating league that's more defensive minded. So when you become an offensive player there, it's good. He also, and maybe some of you know this, maybe you don't, he did play for Czechia at the World Championships. And with Pasternak and those guys there, he was more in a defensive checking role. And he said when he played that role and did it well, that's when more offers came in for this coming season. But I'll let you hear the answer why he chose Edmonton. So because obviously we got into that, and this is his style of play, and why he's confident. And just in our conversation, you could tell, like, for him, he's got a lot of belief in himself. Like, I think I can play here. You want to challenge yourself. Right. There's the comfort of playing in Europe. You can make really good money playing in Europe. Right now, obviously not McDavid like money or Draisaitl like money. But when you look at a lot of the third and fourth line NHLers, right, you're making $1 million, $1.5 million. Sure. It's great money for the average person. But if you're a European player, you can play in your home country and make just the same amount of money when you consider after tax take home. It's a big advantage. But as David told me, it is not the best league in the world. And he was right. Now, I know a lot of us call him Tomasic, so I want to ask him, hey, what's the right way to say your name? And he said, well, no, everybody's calling me Tomasic. And then he laughed, goes, well, most of the guys in the room are already calling him Tommy. I'm like, yeah, well, we're not going to call you nicknames, but how do you say your name properly? So if we're big believers, hey, you're going to say someone's name, want to say their name correctly. So it's Tomasic. Okay. So David Tomasic, that's how we say it. And that's what we'll call him on our show from now on. So we'll have that interview in the 4 o'clock hour with David. We got Speck. We got Low Tide. We'll get your thoughts. 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440. Can you think of anything like what comes close to as disrespectful as spitting? Can you think of anything else? So it's hard, but it's hard for me to think of something. Now, obviously, you could say some things, but I don't know. There's just something about like spitting. Now, in the face is probably even different than spitting on your chest, right? Like you don't feel it, but just I don't know. Maybe some of you have, but you've had that where sometimes you even have a close talker. They talk a little too much, and they're like, and they got their tongue, and all of a sudden you're getting a little saliva on you. You're like, I don't need a shower. But spitting, I had a guy spit in my face once, and it's like instant rage. It is, I don't know why, like it can send you from 0 to 100 very, very quickly. Very quickly. So, guys, I've had buddies that played in Europe, all their living expenses are paid. They bring their family over and don't pay a single bill. Well, exactly. Right? Like there's lots of benefits of playing over there. And one of the biggest benefits, it's reduced schedule. It's a little bit less wear and tear on your body. But you also, if you're a curious traveler, man, you can see a lot of different countries and a lot of different places because you go on a day trip. Like it's a little bit different. Growing up in Canada, we're like, hey, we're going to Calgary. It's a 3-hour trip. And we're like, yeah, it's not that bad. Right? You can go 3 hours. You can see a lot more things in 3-hour distance when you get into Europe. So not better, just different. And hey, guys, Marchand licking a player was an equally gross act. Now, but didn't Marchand just lick the guy's visor? Did he actually lick his face? Cons, can you look up the video? I can't remember. I thought he licked his visor, which is still like, but it's not actually touching you, right? But yeah, licking is, but I don't know what it is. Like when someone spits in your face, or if someone came up to you and like took their tongue and licked your cheek, like, I don't know why. I don't know if it would bother me as much. I don't find it as aggressive. It's a little bit weirder, but I don't know if it's as aggressive of emotion. That's kind of how I feel. Spitting to me, it's just like, they're a few feet away. Just, the worst.
We'll get the graphic up on our YouTube here, Gregor. He definitely got
Did he get his
upper lip, mustache, nose.
Now, was it Steve Ott then who licked the visor? Maybe I'm mixing them up. Check out Steve Ott because I'm pretty sure he did it too. So
it was on a face-off for Ott, looks like.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
He skates in here. I'll let you know in a second here. We got the replay, the zoomed in one.
All right. Okay. Nice. So Marchand who did Marchand lick again?
Yeah, he got the edge of the visor. It was Callahan for Marchand.
Marchand was Callahan, and Ott got the visor, right?
Just the top of the visor.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
A little weird, but not as gross.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it is about. Like, I don't know. Maybe if it's like the softness of your tongue doesn't seem to bother you as much as someone spitting. Like, I don't want some random just come up and start licking you in the face. That's not encouraging that action. I'm just saying if one would irritate me more, I think it would be the spit for sure.
Can't do it in football though, right? Can't be licking.
Well, you'd have to have unless you have like a lizard tongue.
Gene Simmons, maybe?
Yeah. Even then, the gene would be hard pressed, right? No.
The graphic is up on YouTube now.
Like, licking someone's face. Like, hey, some of you people out there, hey guys, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't judge. You get a little intimate. I've licked a few people. Oh, yeah. Yes, sure. Well, touche, Bob. Touche. Guys, spitting is the ultimate disrespect. Can't recall it happening to me. Yeah, I'm not sure there's a lot of people being. Cons, anyone ever spat on you?
No, never. Not in the face.
You ever seen? No, well, where? So, like on the shirt or what? Like in the shoulder?
I don't know why I said that. No, never. No one's ever spat on me.
So it wasn't a drive-by. It wasn't a drive-by spitting.
There wasn't a second spitter or anything like that. No.
And to the left. Oh, that's still one of the greatest Seinfeld episodes though of all time. There was a second spitter. Oh God, it was so good, so good. Hey guys, licking sometimes can be a sign of affection. Touche, off a lot. It's true. Spitting's a sign of disgust. See there, I would agree with that. Right? It's kind of like if someone's going to lick you with their tongue, it's almost like not necessarily joking, but it just seems less aggressive is how I would put it. Before I go to the break, I would like to mention big thanks to Cons and all the guys here at Sports 1440. My wife's father, Doug, passed away on Wednesday this week, but I will say now my father passed away And actually, it's funny. My dad's birthday was December 3rd, and Doug's birthday was December 2nd, and then my son is December 4th. So it was always kind of, son thought it was cool that he was born like right after both of his grandpas, who he's named after. So, but Doug had been diagnosed with, he had prostate cancer, and he's had it for over 20 months. He did one treatment and just did not like it how it was. Doug's been super active, super healthy guy. Like he was so regimented. He would have one glass of wine on a Wednesday and one glass of wine on a Sunday and nothing else. And that was it. Didn't really ever eat sweets. He ate super healthy. He went to the gym. Now Doug's 80 or was 80. Went to the gym 5 days a week religiously for the last 15, 18 years. And he's in there, he knows his people at the gym. He has his truck, which he likes to park far away so he doesn't get any dents in his door, even though there's no one there at 6, and because he goes to the gym early. But so he was really a picture of health. They walked lots, him and his wife Cheryl. So Doug was in great health. Unfortunately, got cancer. But he didn't like how the treatments made him feel. And I love it. It was his choice. And he just said, you know what? I'm not taking any more treatment. But what he did sign up for, because he had terminal cancer, because then it metastasized and went to his bones, he chose MAID, which is, for those who don't know, that's the medical assistance in dying. And he planned it all out, everything to a T. So, he'd pick the day 5 days earlier, makes the call, says, okay, Wednesday's going to, actually originally it was Thursday, but it's amazing how in the last few days, how quickly it can change. And I would say for anyone, he had his 2 children and his loving wife, Cheryl, with him. Just that's it. He was in his chair where he played guitar, and it was very peaceful. And it's different, right? But I'll say they had the opportunity, they wrote each other letters, saying how much they meant to each other, which is fantastic. Send, Doug a little video. We had a chat before I went to Toronto, just because I wasn't sure for sure if you'd be there when I got back. Thankfully he was. My son got to write him a little note just to say, how much he'd miss his grandfather. And I can tell you, for never getting the chance to say goodbye to my dad, I looked at that and say, man, that is fantastic. He got to go out in the way he wanted, and it worked for him. It was his choice. Some people will do it. Some people won't. But for those who have ever thought of, who maybe aren't aware of it, it's something I'd recommend. Having seen our family go through it, it was very powerful to have that opportunity to tell your loved ones just what they meant, because a lot of times you don't get that opportunity. So obviously thinking about Cheryl, my wife, my brother-in-law, Rob, and their whole family and everybody, Doug's friends. He was quite touched that, because Doug on July, because he knew the date, July 9th was the day he stopped going to the gym. He was starting to feel, it wasn't that as strong anymore. And that's when the pain started for him, and he was able to handle it for a bit. And, then you got a few painkillers here or there, but nothing crazy. He wasn't a drug guy, tried to avoid it as much as he could, but he got to go on his own terms. And for a farm kid myself, and how many animals we've had to put down over the time, when you reach a certain time, you're just like, you're doing it because it's the right thing to do. Take them out of their pain. And he got that choice. And I will say the doctor, Chris, and his nurse, Mo, they were fantastic. Now, I never met them, but just listening to the stories from my wife and how they treated the family with such empathy and such care. It's obviously a tough situation, but at the same time, it's a beautiful one. And he's on to the, one of my final words to Doug was, I'm not really sure what I believe in when it comes to, is there, where do we go? I don't really know. But if there is a spirit world, and some days I think there is, and some days I'm not sure. But if there is, I told him, I said, maybe track down Bill Gregor. You two would probably have a few laughs. You could give him an update on how things are. So, Doug, it was a pleasure knowing you, and we'll miss you. And to everybody who works in that field for MAID, you're doing a fantastic job. So thank you very much. We'll take a quick break, and we'll return on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Bringing every project to life requires the right team. By joining the Japa Machinery Group service or sales teams, you can be part of setting a new industry standard. Celebrating a legacy of excellence with Japa. Learn more at japamachinery.com.
While the players gear up for the new season, make sure you gear up your snack game with Will Hawk Beef Jerky.
Okay, this jumbo bag of beef jerky should last the preseason.
Whoa. Will Hawk has more than just beef jerky. There's smoked sausage and pepperoni products, too.
Well, how about we have jerky for Eastern opponents and pepperoni sticks when we face the Western teams?
Now that sounds like a Will Hockey game plan.
Will Hawk Beef Jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
RV Wars are back this weekend. 4 of the largest dealers in Western Canada are hosting a massive year-end RV show and sale at the Premium Outlet Mall by the Edmonton International Airport. Arcan RV, Travel End RV, Fraserway RV, and Go RV will be on site, clearing out all remaining stock. Shop early for best selection. Inventory is limited. Special finance rates, no payments for 6 months, and free winter storage. Don't miss out. Visit rvwars.ca.
It's the Brick's famous tent sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Ah, Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air.
You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
Action Electrical's projects team takes the field, folks. Ready to execute the entire play for new commercial builds.
Absolutely. They're masters of design build, sketching strategy from initial blueprints to core electrical infrastructure. The team never misses on complex projects.
Known for handling big league constructions and major renovations, ensuring flawless execution, hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
It takes grit. It takes heart. It's the legendary Canadian Finals Rodeo, powered by ATV. From October 1st to 4th in Edmonton, the nation's best go head-to-head in a battle of pure willpower. Witness the raw strength and adrenaline at Rogers Place. Plus, soak up the Western lifestyle at the Canadian Country Expo, with free admission and shuttles running between the expo and the arena. This is more than a rodeo. It's a showdown. Get your tickets now at cfr.ca.
What's your vision for your community? At Vision Credit Union, ours is a thriving rural Alberta where kids have team jerseys, firefighters have the gear they need, and community kitchen fridges stay full. It's why we give back millions every year through grants, donations, sponsorships, and profit shares. Because when your community succeeds, we all do. Bank somewhere with Vision. Vision Credit Union. We see banking differently. Learn more at visioncu.ca.
Farm, ranch, acreage, or lake lot. They're here to help at Bashaw Concrete Products. Family owned and operated for 60 years. They continue to provide the best products and service, period. Call now for your free quote on the highest quality ready mix and gravel, a new septic tank, or an outhouse pad and tank. Plus precast cattle water pads, garage sumps, and more. Call 780-372-3854 for prompt delivery. Bashaw Concrete Products. 780-372-3854. BashawConcrete.com.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Horse to this hour brought to you by Northwest Crane, available for all your lifting and equipment needs, specializing in selling and servicing cranes. Get lifting at northwestcranes.com.
Hat tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.223, welcome back. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Always brought to you by playalberta.ca, where, guess what? Improved odds, all games, all season. Check it out, playalberta.ca. And tonight, Lotto Max, $50 million and 2 Max Millions. Get your tickets at playalberta.ca. Good luck. Just remember our deal. If you win, you invite us to the party. We win, we'll invite many of you to our party. So it's a win-win. Because trust me, win 50 schmil, there'll be a few parties. I can guarantee you that. Now, let's go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. And for those of you who you need a boost, or you just sometimes it's your relax thing. You get it in your hand, you're just like, oh, I'm calmer. The aroma, it's good. And the price can't be beat. $1 coffees right now, only at McDonald's, all day, every day. As we welcome to the show, of course, longtime beat reporter in the National Hockey League, just returned. He was over at the Europe tour. Also was a guest hosting with me at the DFO Rundown. Of course, you read him at The Athletic, covers the Minnesota Wild. Mike Russo joins us. Mikey, my man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey, fantastic. So in Minnesota, there's a pretty big contract looming over the Wild and Kirill Kaprizov. I know you got your ear to the ground on that. What are you hearing? And are you expecting a long-term deal?
Yeah, the other 97, as we like to call him here. I do. Look, I don't think that the Wild would be as like boisterous and as publicly confident that they were going to get this done as they have been all summer long, and especially recently, if they didn't, and they have all the information, if they didn't think that this was going to get done. So, Kirill returned to town today. I do think that Bill Guerin wants to sit down with him. I know Bill and the assistant GM were going somewhere today. I don't know if that was to meet with Paul Theofanis or what it was, but I really think that they're pretty much right there, and it's just a matter of getting Kirill comfortable with a lot of things, maybe working out the signing bonuses. The Wild have never done signing bonuses, and really in the history of Craig Leopold, I think the only one that really got a big one is Jared Spurgeon. And, but this is all bets are off. Whatever Kirill wants, he's going to get here. And Craig Leopold has made that really, really clear. I've been reporting on my podcast for the last 2 or 3 shows that I always thought that 120 would get it done on an 8-year deal. I think the Wild went to 128. And, I pointed out after I spent some time with some USA hockey people in Plymouth last week, who, as you know, are a lot of people from the Wild around then, both players and staff. And I was hearing it's even higher than 15. So I think they're going to give him the biggest contract in NHL history. Obviously superseding Draisaitl, at least temporarily. We'll see in terms of AAV what McDavid eventually signs for, assuming that he's going to re-sign and extend himself for a midterm deal in Edmonton. But in terms of total dollars, this one's going to break the bank.
Yeah, well, Ovi had a big one we were talking, but that was back in the 13 years, and I think it was 124. So yeah, if you go 8 at 16 AAV, that gets you to 128 million. So definitely would be the highest, no doubt. And he's a very valuable player. You mentioned how they haven't really done big signing bonuses before, but obviously they've never really had a player like Kaprizov either. So sometimes you gotta change your internal rules at certain times.
Yeah, especially when you're a Minnesota Wild team that has never had a superstar. I mean, Marian Gaborik was obviously the closest to it, but they've never had anybody like this, and they can't lose them. And you and I have talked a bunch, on the DFO rundown too, about how I still think it's a big risk. I mean, he's coming off a season where he missed 41 games. This contract wouldn't kick in until he's 29 years old, so we're talking in 2 years. Look, this isn't a no-brainer, for either side. From Kirill's side, the Wild haven't shown that they're a true contender and really their history. And from the Wild's perspective, they are talking about giving somebody that's close to 30 an 8-year deal at huge money. So we'll see where it goes. They continue to be confident. I asked Bill Guerin when I sat down with him in Plymouth a week or 2 weeks ago if he would ever consider, a shorter term deal, a bridge deal, if just assuming that maybe Kirill wanted to do something that what Connor would want to do. And that's put a little pressure on the Wild to maybe, show that they're not getting complacent and build a team around them. But, from everything Bill seems to think, one, they're not interested in doing that. They want to go to the max term. And it sure feels like Kaprizov is willing to take the money and not go shorter term and put a little pressure on the Wild. So, again, we'll see where it goes. Obviously, the Wild are the only ones talking here. So, but I don't think that I think Kirill is well aware of the angst it would cause in this market and certainly the distraction that it would be throughout camp and the entire season if he didn't sign. So I think that, from everything the Wild are, I just don't think they'd be this openly confident if they didn't have a real good inclination that he is going to sign this contract. And if that's the case, it might not take long to get it done. It could be done pretty soon.
Mike Russo joins us. Mike, after Kaprizov, and it was funny, Matthias Ekholm joked here in Edmonton. He goes, "Hey, I know how it works. You get the big boys signed, and then they can focus on guys like me." He'd obviously like to re-sign in Edmonton. Goaltending in Minnesota, I'm assuming that's the next guy. Philip Gustafsson, he's in the final year of his deal at 3.75. I would assume, get Kaprizov done first, and then they move to him. What would you see as an expectation there? Are you confident both sides want to extend that partnership?
Yeah, this is another complicated one. I do think both sides want to get it done. I sat down with Gus in Milan a couple of weeks ago as well, and he made it very clear to me that he had talked to his agent that the second the Wild come to him, he'd like to, at least hear what they have to say and would like to talk. The problem is I think that the going rate for a goaltender right now is hefty. We're talking, look at what Dostal just got. So we're talking in the $6 million range. And I don't know how much the Wild want to commit to Philip yet for two big reasons. One, he has been inconsistent. He had a great year 3 years ago, where he was, had the second best save percentage and goals against average in the NHL behind Ullmark, who won the Vezina. But then 2 years ago was not very good. And then last year was, much, much better, but still up and down. And so exactly what he. The problem is that you have Jesper Wallstedt here who, yes, he's the goalie of the future, but he's had 3 bad years in a row in Iowa. So, they don't know yet what they're going to have in him. So if you go too long and too expensive for Philip, and then, all of a sudden you look at Wallstedt this year and you're like, holy moly, this guy's the real deal. Now you've overpaid Gus and you've committed to him. And then the other thing, obviously, is if you wait on Gus and Wallstedt stinks, then now you have a major problem going on your hand going into both the trade deadline and potentially free agency next year. So I think they want to at least talk to him. Bill Guerin has shown in the past that it doesn't take him long to get extensions done in camp. 2 years ago, the first day of camp, he sat down with Zuccarello, Hartman, and Foligno together to talk to them about if they wanted to stay and sign extensions. And 2 weeks later, they each had an extension done. So if the Wild are motivated to get it done, they'll get it done. The problem is, as you mentioned, is I think the first fish to fry here is obviously Kirill.
Looking at the Wild overall, Mike, I don't know these are contracts for next year, but you look at their roster. I know they brought in Brett Leeson on a PTO. They've also got Jack Johnson on a PTO. Do you see any areas of concern for this team heading into to training camp? Because there's not a lot of new faces on the roster.
No, I think they are banking on. I mean, look, I know that every team banks on that, but last December, mid-December, they were tied with Washington for the most points in the NHL. Then all of a sudden, the shoe dropped and everybody got hurt at once. It was unbelievable. I mean, Kirill and Gustafsson and Eriksson Ek and Middleton and Brodin, and it was just over and over and over again for 2.5 months. And obviously, overall, Kaprizov missed half a season. Eriksson Ek missed a ton of games, and Brodin, and they just couldn't withstand it, especially when they were spending 15 under the cap because of the Parisi and Suter buyouts. Now they're assuming that was the real team, and as long as they're healthy, that they're going to still be good as long as they get great goaltending. So, look, if Kirill, Kaprizov, and Eriksson Ek are in their lineup on an everyday basis, this is a really good hockey team. So that's what we'll have to see here if that happens this year. In terms of this season as a whole, a lot of their outlook, I think, really depends on some of these young guys. Is Zeev Buium the real deal? Can he fill in those first couple of weeks that Jonas Brodin's going to be out of the lineup because of an injury? Is David Juracek able to play? Can Liam Ogren look like the guy that he did in Iowa last year? Can Wallstedt stop pucks? Because they're going to need him because they have, as we were talking about schedules and back-to-backs on a DFO rundown, about a month ago. The Wild are near the top of the league in numbers of back-to-backs this year. So they're going to need Wallstedt to play and win games. But the big wild card is Danila Yurov. This is a Russian kid that the Wild have been waiting for 3 years. He's only 21 years old. He's coming into camp. I sat down with him in Stanford a couple of weeks ago. He is a really impressive kid, but nobody really knows what he's going to be. I think the expectations are high because Kaprizov became an instant star. This is not, but Kaprizov was, he scored the golden goal for the Olympic athletes of Russia. He was like an established KHL star. Yurov 2 years ago broke Tarasenko's under 21 KHL scoring. But, last year he took a step back, and nobody really knows, is he a true number one center? Is he a middle six guy, a top six guy? And again, the Wild have 4 centers that are penciled in above him right now. So will he have to start at wing? We'll see. But if Yurov is good, that suddenly gives them a lot more depth and a real bright spot for the future.
Now, he's a guy that, he can play right wing as well as center, but he shoots left, right? Which a lot of European guys like to do. So, and let's be honest, for a rookie, you come in, hey, man, just trying to get your feet into the NHL is hard enough. So maybe they play him as a winger more than a center iceman. Do you see that as a viable option?
I think it's going to have to be an option. And John Hines kind of said that to me when I sat down with him in Plymouth a couple of weeks ago, look, if they're healthy, they have Eriksson Ek, Marco Rossi, Ryan Hartman, and Nico Sturm as their centers to start the year. And so unless he outplays those guys and maybe slides a Hartman over to the right or they have an injury, he almost has to start at wing. So I think that they're going to sort of slow play the beginning of his career here. But look, even John Hines pointed out, like his first year I believe it was his first year in New Jersey, nobody really knew what they had yet in Nico Hischier and Jesper Bratt, and they both looking at him right away, they're like, these guys are ready. And it changed a lot of the things that the Devils did that year. So we'll see. A lot of it's going to be up to Yurov. I sat down with him. I watched, it's summer hockey. He looked great on the ice. But I was talking to Chris Kreider, who he skated with in Plymouth that day, and Kreider loves the kid, thinks that he is not too dissimilar to what he saw 3 years ago when Pavel Dorofeyev showed up at this camp. And look at him now. He's a 35-goal scorer for Vegas. So we'll see. I don't know if Yurov is as good a goal scorer as Dorofeyev is, but he definitely looks like at 21 years old that the future is going to be bright for him, in the next 2, 3, 4 years as he continues to grow in this, next chapter of his career.
Zeev Buium, and then you mentioned Juracek. So you've got Faber, you got Spurgeon, you got Middleton, you got Bogosian, you got Buium. Now, you mentioned Brodin's injured, so he won't start. So there is room. But when he's in, is there room for both Zeev Buium and Juracek in the lineup at the same time?
It's a good question. I mean, I think that Zeev is definitely going to play. I think they really want to lower Brock Faber's ice time this year, and one way to do that is maybe even take him off the power play as a whole, because I don't see a way that Jared Spurgeon's not on the power play, at least power play 2. Now, you could go 2 right shot D there, but I think Zeev Buium is probably your number one defenseman on the top power play with Kaprizov, Eriksson Ek, Zuccarello, and Boldy. So I think that he's got a great chance. Juracek, to me, is the wild card. We saw a little good with him last year. Obviously, then he goes back to Iowa and first game back has lacerated spleen and missed the rest of the year. But the Wild gave up a boatload to get him, and there's a little pressure on the organization to put him in the lineup and make him play. And let's see what they got here, because they gave up, a first, a second, a third, a fourth, and a prospect for him. And, he barely played last season. So I think, whether there's room for both of them or not, or there should be or not, that's not so much the question. Is they're probably going to have to be, just because I definitely think that, the pressure comes on. Suddenly builds on Billy if all of a sudden, Juracek doesn't look like he's a player out of camp. And now you start asking questions like, how did you give up that much? They basically gave up more than you would if you gave an offer sheet out for somebody. So, they've got to at some point make Juracek play and see what they got in him.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Well, it'll be interesting to see. They got some young guys, but Jurov is definitely a name to be watching in Minnesota. Mike, great stuff, man. We'll be reading, because I'm sure you'll be the first guy to announce it when the contract extension is coming up for Kaprizov. And we'll talk to you again soon, my man.
Yep. See you, Jay. Take care.
There you go. That's Mike Russo from The Athletic. Does a fantastic job of covering the National Hockey League, specifically Minnesota Wild. We will return. We got a lot of text. 833-401-1440. 833-401-1440. We'll get to those. We'll update you on the tennis, of course, semifinals going on right now. Can the Joker get to another final? We'll find out. It's the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
Ah, Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air.
You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
And here comes Action Electrical Service Team sprinting onto the scene. These are your first responders for any electrical emergency.
That's right. With their fleet of service vans and specialized gear, they assess, they service, and maintain electrical lighting and automation systems. They're all about rapid response.
Quick diagnostics and repairs to restore power and safety fast. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe that life shouldn't hurt. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know that sometimes it really hurts. I mean, we've seen people at their worst moments in life, when they feel they have nowhere to turn, or at a time when they felt like their problem just wouldn't ever go away. We've also seen people who thought to themselves, it'll just go away on its own, or this is no big deal. I don't want to bother anyone about this. Don't know where to turn to, or think it's no big deal. Either way, we have the technology, techniques, and skills to help you get back to it, whatever your it may be. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Are you looking for safe and professional travel options? Look no further than Silent Rides, one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer state-of-the-art motor coaches, first-class service, and affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
At Fountain Tire, you can save $50 off tire storage with the purchase of 4 select tires now until September 30th at participating locations. Okay. Or you could squeeze them into your backseat, possibly causing upholstery damage, drive them home, struggle, sweating buckets trying to get them out of your vehicle, resulting in you feeling guilty for not going to the gym more often, or at all. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. Totally up to you.
Definitely $50 off the tire storage.
You got it. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. On this road together, Canada.
Get this. Metal Supermarkets now offers welding services for their customers. Simple welds, steel, stainless, and aluminum welding. TIG, MIG, and stick are all available. And I tell you, these welding helmets are really something. Like the jousters wore in the days of yore. Quick, fetch my Lance.
Lance is on lunch break.
That's not what... Never mind. Metal Supermarkets, your local convenience stores for... and welding. Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. OTR celebrating 19 incredible years of their iconic location, and they want to celebrate with you. Join them September 19th for an incredible night of live music and so much more. On the Rocks, YEG.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
We continue on Pause of Friday, Sports 1440, sports1440.ca, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. The weather's going to be great. There's so much sporting activity going on this weekend. I love it. Should be great. And time now to get to our big guest of the day, brought to you by the Spruce Grove Saints, where 2 weeks tonight they will have their home opener and unveil their brand new arena in Spruce Grove. Fantastic facility. And if you're looking for great BCHL hockey, but I'll say this, I got a sneak peek of it. Spruce Grove fans, you're going to be spoiled. That is a fantastic facility. So check it out. Get your tickets. SGSaints.com. as we are joined now by Olympic gold medalist. She's also a mental coach. Lorianne Muenzer joins us. Lorianne, welcome back. How you doing?
Doing awesome. Happy summer.
Yeah, it's good. It's it's flown by. It's almost like I don't really like to call it fall until October, because officially it isn't fall until I think September 22nd or something like that.
Something like that.
It's still summer. It's the weather's been fantastic. It's been a great end to the summer. A few things I want to talk about. We had David Owens talked about it yesterday on our show, but Ellie Hoskins from BC, she was the first ever Canadian to win a stage at the World Mountain Bike Championship, and then she actually won another one, and then she actually won the whole thing.
Holy smokes!
Like,
okay.
are you now? I know you do. Like, have you ever done mountain, like legit, like hardcore mountain biking?
I have done the Grundig World Cup mountain biking in Mont Saint Anne in Quebec.
Okay,
and it was absolutely crazy. It was it's hard.
Yeah,
it's really hard. I mean, we've had a number of really great mountain bikers. I'm thinking of Marie-Hélène Prémont in 2004. I think she silver medaled. It's tougher than nails.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, well, it's just like the control, and you're going downhill, the tight corners, like it's completely different than obviously the type of cycling you did.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And then I think the thing is too, like, you're going through rocks, you're going over, I don't know what you call it, things. You're having to do some drops. I don't know how big the drops are, but I'm tapping out. That's not for me.
I'm tapping out. I want my tires on the track at all times.
Well, the thing is, I like to know what surface I'm riding on. Like, if you ride on the pavement and it's wet, you know what it's going to do. But the mountain biking, you have really no idea. It's really how you respond. How do you react to it, and how quick can you react to it versus, kissing the ground. You've got wood chips, you've got boulders, you've got crushed rocks, that sort of thing. You have everything. And then if it rains, then it's like even double gnarly. And yeah, it's wild.
So I want to talk about, Conor McDavid spoke today, to available by the Oilers for the first time. And, he addressed, hey, you know what? I can't just make a decision on the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9 years of my life. It's something you have a lot of conversations back and forth, him and his wife, his family, his team, whatever. It was his other response when he said, well, someone asked him if he thinks it'll be a distraction. He says, hey, if you can't perform because someone's asking you about, your teammate's contract or your own contract, you're in the wrong business. Right. And so, because I think people, they're going to get distracted. I'm like, how would a question on Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock, for instance, impact you playing a game on Thursday night? Like, there's really no correlation here. So now some players do have admitted that they don't play well when they start thinking about their contract, right? At McDavid's, I don't think he's not worried about getting a new contract. So it's probably different than a guy who's like, God, I really hope I get a contract. So I think maybe in that regard, it is different. But what'd you make of that comment? And, because obviously it's an area you specialize in, the mental focus for athletes.
Well, there's a couple of things here, Jason. Is number one, he already has an idea of what it is that he's going to do. He has a team. He and his wife are talking. So number one, there's that. Then there's the public side of it too, is because if something's in the works, how much do you say? How much do you not say? What do you say? When do you say it? There's going to be that dynamic on it. The other thing is with the public, we get to spend 23 hours and 59 minutes thinking about it, talking about it. He has a job to do. He's a professional athlete. So he's going to compartmentalize the ask, what are you going to do? How are you going to roll it out? And then he's going to go and he's going to do his job. He's going to play his game. He's going to do his training. And there's a time to think about it. There's a time not to focus on it. He has obviously got a strong mindset to be able to do it because he goes out and he plays at that elite level. A new athlete or a rookie athlete sitting on the bubble, am I going to get cut? Am I going to get the contract? Is learning how to navigate that part. So there's going to be a few other dynamics on it, but really you have to train your dragon, and that's your brain. Because if you don't train your brain and control it where you want it to go, its default is to take you down that slippery slope of going, oh, what if I don't get it? What if I get cut tomorrow? How's that going to impact? And then you start getting 25 steps ahead of yourself where you don't really need to. All you need to do is focus in the moment. When am I going to talk about it? Or when am I going to think about it? And then when am I going to go train? When am I going to go race? Or when am I going to go play? And
so how do you train your brain then to focus on the now, not focus on the quote distractions or things that are in a lot of cases out of your control?
Number one is focus on being present. You can probably see that a lot of people, they're not present. They're thinking about their grocery list. They're thinking about what they're going to do on the weekend. On Friday, you can feel it coming. On Monday, they're already back on the weekend that they had. So it's number one about your breath. That is one of the fastest ways is to come back and be centered, is where are you breathing? I used to breathe just like below my chin and above my collarbone. And it was really short and shallow. That's bad.
Okay.
That is usually a sign of stress. I've noticed it in athletes, and I notice it with me when I start to get stressed. The breathing gets really shallow and short. So if you can start to maybe get a stance or a seated position and start to take full breaths. It's about 2 or 3 seconds in, 2 or 3 seconds out. Do it 3, 5, 7 times, and you're going to start to shut down that fight or flight nervousness that starts to pick up, or your mind wandering. And then it's, can you focus on just one thing, on what one person is saying, or one thing that you're working on that you're wanting to finish, but maybe there's 3 other phones ringing, or, email, the ping is going off. And it's just, can you bring your mind to think about one thing? The other thing is, get a sheet of paper and brain dump. Take everything out of your head. So, write your grocery list, write what you've got to do. Maybe somebody you forgot to call, everything that you have, because number one, you don't have to carry it anymore. You go, oh, great. And then you can make semblance of order. I can do, the grocery list on the way from home. Great. That's taken care of. I need to call my boss. I need to have a 10-minute call before I leave work today. And it puts it into order, because when there's chaos, that's when, the monkey mind takes over and you're just not present. So when you've got a picture that you can go, oh, I can control this, or I can move these spots around, these events or appointments, it brings back the calmness. You think about monks meditating, and it's like a mini meditation, but it just gets you from being off track to being back on track.
So, I want to ask this now, because there's lots of people listening whose son or daughters are maybe going through trials right now.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the worst thing a parent can say to their kid in trials?
Oh my gosh. The worst thing they can do is harp on the child.
Yeah.
Number one, just ask them, what do they need? How do you want this to go? Is there something you want me to do? Otherwise, I'm just going to sit, observe, stand, observe. If you need something, then I'll come into the picture. But the best part for parents is let the kids go and do what they're going to do, because you can't really control it. You can really screw them up with your comments or your suggestions, or you can be their biggest cheerleader and wait for them to come to you to go, hey, I need this, mom, or I need this, dad, or I forgot my equipment, or what do I do in this situation? And it's just be there, be present for them without telling them what to do. More ask them.
Yeah, because I would, sometimes you can, kids can build it up a little bit more. And really, and I think that when the kids say, oh, you know what, I'm a little bit nervous, there's right answers and wrong answers, right? The right, yeah. It's okay to be nervous. That's okay.
Oh, absolutely. There's good nervousness, and then there's nervous bad, and then there's nervous excitement, which is part of the good energy. And the other thing I think parents can ask their child or their young athlete is this in your control, or is this out of your control? Like, what can you control right now? And again, it comes back to being present. Are they playing runaway mind, or are they able to be in the moment and also play and enjoy the moment?
Yeah, well, I think it's one, sometimes it's like the parents sometimes get caught up without even knowing it, that they want it more. They're like, well, I don't want my son or daughter to be disappointed because they won't make a team.
Yeah.
Well, but a lot of the times the disappointment is they think they're going to disappoint you. So if you're like, I'm happy wherever you play, I just want you to have fun.
Totally.
Right? That takes, I think, a lot of the angst out, because a lot of times, because I watch tryouts and I see it sometimes, and you see the kids are looking up in the crowd, and I'm like, that is the number one. Like, parents, if your kid looks in the crowd, look away, like you pretend you're not watching, because if they're always looking up in the crowd to get instant reaction, they're not focusing.
No, exactly. And sometimes too, if your child is looking at you, you're in the stands, give them the thumbs up and just go, give them the, what do you call this, this move here? The AOK signal. And it's just, hey, just let them do what they're going to do. And let them understand that they're in charge. And yeah, they're going to make mistakes, but they're also going to learn really quick. And number one, go have fun. You've done the work, or you're trying out something new, and go play. Go be a kid. Have fun. That's what it's all about. That's the root.
Now, I know you work with a lot of young kids because it's almost a skill in how to get better at a tryout. Just like some people that get a real nervousness when they write exams and tests and they struggle with it, even though they know all the answers, getting the test, and all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I can't remember. I'm psyching myself out. Yeah. Kids, even when you come to try out, doesn't matter what level you're trying out for, the AA team, maybe the AAA team, maybe the tier 1 team, whatever the tryout is, high school basketball team, there's only one. You're trying out, that you have a limited time to make an impression, right? And that's hard for some people because they think too big rather than stay. So what's the advice for how kids can get better at not getting overwhelmed during a tryout or leading up to a tryout?
Yeah, to not get overwhelmed is sit and close your eyes and run through the event or the move or the drill that you're going to be doing, and run through it successfully. See yourself doing it, maybe from a 30,000 foot view, or you through your eyes and seeing it successfully. Because number one, when you do it successfully, you're starting to create those new neural pathways. And if you fire them together, they're going to build stronger and stronger and stronger. And of course, everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to go, oh, I'm going to play this game and I'm going to lose. They never say that. But when you're trying your best is, have you seen yourself, like in a movie, running through it successfully? And if you hit the wall where it doesn't go really well, is stop the movie, rewind it literally, and then run through that segment until it is successful. And that's where I start with the younger athletes of, how do you bring in the mindset, the mental imagery? Because there's a feeling of going, oh, this is going to be great. And then there's going to be the feeling of, oh my God, we're done. We're cooked even before we start. So when you start that little by little, you may do the first, 10 meters or 20 meters or 40 meters, and you break it down into small little steps versus, like you said at the start, is, oh, you look for the big picture and it's like, you can't do it. Of course you can't do it. You haven't done it successfully the whole way. So make it into little steps.
Lorianne, great stuff. We appreciate it. Have yourself an awesome weekend, and we'll chat with you next Friday.
You too. Thanks, Jason.
That is Lorianne Muenzer, joins us every Friday here on Sports 1440. Coming up, David Tomasic will join us in the 4 o'clock hour, one of the newest members of the Edmonton Oilers, and really a wild card. Not a lot of people have seen him live. Honestly, the only time I've seen him skate live are the last 2 days at the Captain Skate. The biggest thing that stood out, two things. The guy's 6'2", 210. Big dude. Be one of the biggest forwards on the Oilers team. He can skate, and he can really one-time the puck. Draisaitl set him up for a few one-timers. First one, he just missed the net, and then the second one, he ripped it home. And I was talking to him about that and just how, the ice is a little bit smaller, so you got to adjust your angles a little bit from when you're shooting in spots. But he can really rip the pill. So interesting to see where he slides in. Let's get to the con man and a Sports 1440 update brought to you by 01 Hockeyology. Training that improves your game at 01. Full ice drills, data back coaching, and much more. Sign up today. Only $300 a month. 01.ca. ZERONE.ca.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Week 14 in the CFL gets going tonight. Red Blacks hosting the Lions. Town gets going at 5:30. Elks in action tomorrow night, hosting the Stamps down at Commonwealth. Kickoff at 5. Week 1 in the NFL rolls on tonight in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Chargers meet the defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. That one starts at 6. Major League Baseball, Jays in action out in the Bronx, taking on the Yankees. First pitch 5:05. Elsewhere, you got the Orioles and the Dodgers, Mets, Reds. Right now, Cubbies up on the Nationals 11-5. U.S. Open, Felix Auger-Aliassime taking on number 1 seed Jannik Sinner at 5. Right now, Carlos Alcaraz up on Novak Djokovic 1-0. Oil Kings preseason in Hinton tonight, taking on the Prince George Cougars at 7. Gold Bears football on the road in Regina, taking on the Rams at 7. We've also got Pandas rugby at 7 down at Footfield, taking on Regina. Pandas hockey, they'll take on the Dinos tomorrow and Sunday. And McEwen's hockey has the women hosting MRU and Red Deer, and the men in Red Deer gets going at 7 o'clock. Huskies meet the Wildcats this Sunday out in Sherwood Park. That's a 1 o'clock start. Coming up in hour 2 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Wanye Gretz of Oilers Nation. We'll talk some NFL with Phil Bender, and hear another edition of Cam Tate's 2-Minute Warning. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is sounding the call. Don't struggle through winter with a furnace you can't trust. For maintenance before winter strikes, call Legacy. Call Legacy. For furnace tune-ups and repairs to give peace of mind. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. Or to scrap your old furnace for a brand new high-efficiency one. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. And with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your new furnace, it's gotta be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
I'm a little hungry.
I've got Booster Balls from Booster Juice.
Booster what now?
Booster Balls. They're little protein bites packed with nutrients. Chewy, crunchy, yummy, and new flavors all the time. Like this little guy. The new mint chocolate Booster Ball. Peppermint, cocoa, coconut, peanut butter, maple syrup, all rolled up into a delightful little bite-sized snack.
Why am I just hearing about this now?
I don't know.
Can I have one?
No.
Booster Juice. Canadian born. Blending since 1999.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
You got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need, Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Some people wake up and get dressed for work in a suit and tie or a nice dress. At GS Construction, we're less fashion forward and more putting our best foot forward. We wear hard hats and steel-toe boots, and most importantly, we wear 50 years of experience with pride. It's not glamorous, it's definitely not easy, but it matters. We do it well. So if you'd like to be part of something where your work matters, GS Construction is hiring. Just remember, when you come for an interview, ditch the tie. See more at gsconstruction.ca.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at TAP 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the Center Bar. Plus, catch this fall's biggest games. Every goal, every tackle, every home run. River Cree is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Portions of this hour brought to you by RV Wars. RV Wars is back. R10 RV, Go RV, Travelland RV, and Fraserway RV will be all on site competing for your business. Get the year's best deals this weekend at RV Wars. Details at rvwars.ca.
Hat tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
It's after 3 o'clock. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Lots of texts flying in, 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440, in our email inbox. It is the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, where stop in. It's a new month. Use the promo code Gregor50, and you make a $50 donation, you get a free $50. pretty good deal. PlayAlberta.ca. We're also, speaking of 50, that's like the number of the day, $50 million up for grabs in tonight's Lotto Max and 2 Max Millions at PlayAlberta.ca. So good luck with that. We have Alcaraz and Djokovic still battling. Coming up later tonight, Felix will take on Sinner in the semifinal. Ooh, could you imagine? Felix is able to knock off the number 1 seed. It would be a big upset, no question. So he's playing great tennis, but Sinner has been he's been really good, really good. So it definitely would be a big upset, no question. Lots of the texts coming in. Hey guys, do you think there's a chance McDavid's waiting to see what Kirill's contract is before he signs? From Slurpy Sean. I don't know. I'll say this. I would be surprised if McDavid signed an 8-year deal. And it sounds like from Mike Russo that Kaprizov's going to sign an 8-year deal. I think they're different. I think they're in different boats, to be honest. Obviously, Kaprizov's not the skill player of McDavid. He just isn't. So, McDavid's the best player in the game. And if he wants to be the highest paid player, he can be the highest paid player. Crosby wasn't the highest paid player for years. I don't think it matters that much, right? McDavid's not going to be the highest paid player in the NHL this year. He wasn't the highest paid player in the NHL last year. I don't think it matters to him that much. He wants to win. That's his main focus. And Edmonton gives him a really good chance to win. They've been in back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. They dominated the West this year in the playoffs. Speed bag Dallas and Vegas, and then ran into a really deep, really good Florida team that, by the way, under the new rules, would not have had the same roster. So, might be a little bit easier to win now if you meet them again because they wouldn't be able to ice the same roster. It's just how it is. So, I think McDavid, there in all of my interactions with Connor, there's no reason for me to believe he's just saying things for saying things. When he says, you know what, I'm trying to decide on the next 3, 4, 6, 8, I think he said 9. Well, technically it's 9 if he wanted to go this year plus an 8-year deal. And so it's not a decision you just take easy for him. So he'll look at all factors. And, part of it might be that he's just going to wait till, to see a little bit in the season, right? I always thought it would be in September. I could be wrong. Oh, no. I was wrong in a prediction. Oh, how will I survive? I think I'll be okay. So he might not sign in September. I've always said the bigger surprise to me is if Connor McDavid isn't an Oiler next year. That would be the shock to me. Whether he signs in September, November, January, next May, it's kind of irrelevant at the end of the day when he signs, as long as he signs. Now, if he doesn't sign, that would be a big surprise to me. For sure it would be. I would really question it, to be honest. If his whole goal is to win, why is he leaving the place that gives him a really good chance to win? Like, where's he going to go that's better? Honestly, think about it. Where's he going to go that's a better? Now, you might say it's equal. Okay. But where is he going to go that's going to be better chance to win than in Edmonton? I don't see one. Right? Like the Oilers got a good team. They've got an owner management that's willing to spend money. Right? They're always looking at bringing in new things. They got a skills coach now on their team. They've made some alterations to their coaching staff. They've made some changes to their roster, as they should, and we'll see where they go. But I really don't know if it's about, like, if Kaprizov signs for, what did Mike say, 16 mil? Then McDavid's like, oh, geez, I better get. Well, a lot of us thought he was going to get 16 to 17 anyway. So I don't know. I don't think that really matters that much. I could be wrong. I've never sat down and said, Connor, does it really matter to you that you're the highest paid guy? Maybe it is. But when guys sign shorter term deals, then that allows them a quicker chance to want to be the highest paid guy. Because if you really wanted to be the highest paid player, then he would only sign a 1-year deal every year. Because I would guarantee him every year the cap goes up, he could sign a new contract. You could have the exact same percentage of cap every year, but your contract would always go up. So I don't know if, and I just kind of be like, I'll say this. If that's his focus, I think his focus is a little misguided. I don't think that's the big deal. Also, hey, a trade in the National Hockey League. It's involving a future Hall of Famer. course, he's retired. But Carey Price, his contract essentially has been traded to the San Jose Sharks. The Canadians acquired defenseman Gagnon Larocque and a 5th rounder in 2026 for Carey Price. Now, Montreal wanted to make this deal because they don't want to be an LTIR. They want to try to have as much cap flexibility as they can. San Jose was already, I know people say, no, they needed this to get to the cap floor. No, if you actually looked at the contracts, they were already over the cap floor. But now they got 10 extra million, so they don't have to worry about it. Now, obviously, Carey Price got a bonus paid. I think he's owed about $2 million in actual cash that the San Jose Sharks will have to pay, which, you know what? That's, it's not chump change, but I guess they feel, hey, it's worth it. They get a pick for it. That's it. Montreal basically just frees up the cap space, and suddenly Montreal looks and says, hey, we can wheel and deal a little bit now without Carey Price, because the Canadians got about $4.5 million now of cap space to wheel and deal. There's no one for them unsigned, so this just gives them some flexibility to make some moves. There's lots of talk that they're going to look and try to go out and get a centerman. So look to see if that comes to fruition or not. But the Carey Price deal, and this has been talked about for the last few days, finally comes down. So there you go. As we welcome into the studio, Wanye Gretz. Wanye, how you doing?
The San Jose Sharks have no further ideas than to spend that type of collateral on the hologram of Carey Price. Like, you can't use $10 million or whatever salary it is to actually get live players in San Jose to improve your team. Come on.
Yeah. I
see why Montreal would do that deal. I don't see why San Jose would do that deal.
Honestly, for a 6th round pick, you're right. Like
what are you talking about?
You're getting a 5th round pick in 2 years. Just, yeah, it is odd, right? Like, yeah, that's totally valid. Like, hey, just a 5th round pick ain't worth that much. I can tell you that. So it's a fair question. It's one where, do we get a favor down the road? Maybe. But you're right. It doesn't, like, what's the benefit for the Sharks in this trade? Right. And don't tell me that they had, because they were already, according to Puckpedia, so Carey Price adds 10.5 million. So now they've got, they're up to 86.26. Well, they were at 76.26 before. So
they get 10.25 million of cap space for the $2 million they have to pay Price, or how does this work?
Yes.
So they get $8 million of phantom to the floor money.
Yeah, but they were already at the floor.
Yeah.
So
then why?
Yeah, like I have to double check. Like, maybe they were just slightly under, but I'm like, I don't know, go add someone else. It seems a little weird, but either way, that's what they do, and away you go.
The difference between listening to the show in the car and yelling at my radio, or just biding my time to be able to actually yell, this Conor McDavid contract, it just stresses us out, because there's people who remember the Gretzky trade. There's people who remember Peter Pocklington. There's people who have got like post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Not even comparable, though. You can't compare the two, because the owner in Edmonton is willing to spend.
But they're remembering the olden days, and they're still stressed out about it because they went through so much, that they see these forks in the road now, and they're like, it's going to go terribly. No, it isn't. It's fine.
Because most of the people that you claim are stressed, they weren't even alive when Gretzky got traded.
It goes down generations. If you scare an earthworm, you can still see its great grandkids freaking out. People are, I think that Edmonton Oilers fans are like pre-programmed to think the worst is going to happen.
I think there's a small percentage of people just in general who are more glass half empty than glass half full.
But if you can remember Wayne Gretzky leaving town, which was such a shocking event to everybody in those days.
Well, it was never, but that's the difference. There wasn't a lot of talk about it was literally August 9th.
Yes.
Gretzky got traded, and people are like, what? This is like, everybody knows McDavid's contract is entering the final year of his deal. So maybe that makes it worse, the building up to it. But like I've always said, I'd still would be shocked if Connor McDavid leaves.
But we're on edge as Oilers fans. And like, we got to get
Are you really?
We got to get, yes.
Why?
We got to get the old arena down. And then we got to get a cup ring, and then we can relax. But until that day, job's not done. Kobe Bryant, Mamba mentality.
Okay, well, here's Connor McDavid when I asked him, what's he most confident about the group and their ability to stay a legit contender for a long time? We'll get you got that ready, Cons? We'll get that queued up. So Spoke to Connor today, and I know people are like, oh, stop asking the question. Well, first of all, we'll get to one of his answers later. Today was the first day McDavid was available to the media. Some guys got an interview through his agent yesterday, fine. But today was the first day through the orders that you were able to talk to him. I'm not going to ask Connor McDavid about I got my 3-4 questions in, and he gave a really good answer for me. I'm like, hey, I get it. This is where the guy's mindset's at. He explained it. He doesn't need to explain it every day. It's not going to change. He explained it once. To me, that's good. But so here, well, let's go first of all, just what part of kind of him evaluating the team this season and then the pitcher in the future, how does he balance it?
I mean, when you're trying to plan the next 3, 4, 6, 7, 9 years of your life, you don't just come up with, you don't just dream it up in one day. You take your time, talk it over, think about it some more, talk it over again. It's not something that I take lightly. It's not something that it takes lightly. Like I alluded to yesterday, I put everything I have into this, into my career, just like everybody here. It's you only get one chance to do it and to do it right, and that leads to taking your time with it. Nothing else to really say.
Connor, what do we need? What do you need from us? What do we need to do as a city to get this done? You want a road? You want the airport named after you? You want the mall to rename itself Connor McDavid Land? Why are you doing this to us? Why don't you just say, hey, I don't like when you went 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 14 years of your life. What? Huh?
Well, that's the potential of a contract length.
And with the 14, Mr. Cates.
Yeah. Well, again, he said 2 to 9 because that's the max. 8
9?
plus 1. Well, 1 year now plus another 8-year extension. That would be the max.
The Trent
I'd
Frederick.
be stunned if he signs for 8 years. It would honestly, it would be a bad business decision for him to sign for 8 years.
Leon did.
I know. But the cap, when Leon signed, even then people didn't know what the cap was going to be. Right?
Do you think it was a bad decision for Leon to?
Well, if you look at it, it's not a bad decision. He's making $14 million for 8 years. Like, trust me. But I'm just saying, it's not a bad decision because it's his decision. So it's right for him. But I'm saying from a purely business standpoint, you could say that he left some money on the table. Now, he's made so much money, it's irrelevant. It's not going to matter. Right? Like whether you have 120 or 140, that extra $20 million at that point adds no happiness to your life. None.
Maybe they have a tree planting company they're putting together right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There are lots of people. We've had a lot of landscape. Hey, guys, you know what? My company will be, we can get him to be a spokesperson for our lawn maintenance. Yeah, why not? We'll see. Now, ask McDavid about, because hey, if you're planning out for the future, so what are you confident about this group and the ability to stay in that contending spot?
Mostly just the experience of it all. The core guys are still here. Maybe a couple changes here and there, but the core guys that have made kind of a few runs at it are here and know what it takes and know what that disappointment feels like and know how motivated we are. So that gives me lots of confidence in this season. Beyond that, remains to be seen.
Now, there are a lot of people, you can't ask him about it. Oh, it's going to be a distraction. He's got to sign. So he was asked, how do you keep this as a non-distraction? I have to say, I loved his answer.
Guys can't play hockey because people are talking outside the room. Then I said yesterday, it's probably not the line of work for you. So it's a loud market. It's a story, sure, but we've played through coaching changes, GM changes, winning streaks, freezing cold streaks where we can't win a game, and it's just as loud. So it's your guys' job to talk and write stories, and everybody understands that, and it's our job to play hockey. And if we can't do our job because you guys have to do your job, then what are we really doing here?
Well said.
Now, Bleacher Report said on Instagram, the Genie Bus reportedly left a $15 million tip Luka Doncic's restaurant in Slovenia. All right. As a joke, Kawhi Leonard with the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe what we got to do is go to Bar Trove and leave a $15 million tip.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and say, does this change your mind about a fifth year? $15 million at old Bar Trove.
But I love his response there. If people think that, so fans, media, whoever are talking about a contract, and if that's going to impact you, Trent Frederick, or Evan Bouchard or Darnell Nurse to play well, then you're in the wrong. And he's bang on. Like, I think, honestly, most people who talk about distractions are the ones who can't handle a distraction. And they're projecting their feelings onto others, assuming, well, I'm a basket case and I can't handle it. So clearly they would probably be the same way. And that's not how it is. It's white noise to them. And the truth of the matter is, like, for me as a reporter, I'm not going to ask McDavid about his contract next week. There's no reason to. I ask him about it now because nothing's going to change until it's signed. He's thinking about it. They're discussing it. I don't think he's going to say on a Wednesday, you know what? Hey, Connor, I thought, you know what? I've decided I'm going to sign it. It's not how it's going to work.
What's to discuss?
Well, probably lots of things. Lots of factors go into it. So him and his wife, do you have aspirations to do business outside of Edmonton? That's a question. Now, people might not like it, but that's a fact.
You can do business outside Edmonton.
Okay, well, maybe she doesn't, but where you want to live. Maybe you don't want to live and travel around. You want to, hey, maybe we're going to move to Los Angeles. Maybe there's something there they want to do. I'm just using an example. Maybe they want to live in New York. I don't know. But you asked, what are the questions? Well, those are the questions, right? Those are the people have to. It's hard for people to try to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Connor McDavid's job is to do what's best for him, not what's best for fans, not what's best for media. Because trust me, it makes my job easier covering Connor McDavid. It's just a fact, right? Team's enjoyable. It's fun. I covered the Deck of Darkness. It sucked balls. Let's call a spade, right? But he makes his decision not based on anybody else. Just like when Terry or Sally or Steven or Peter listening to the show decide I'm quitting my job or I'm going to go back to school or whatever the choice is, you do it because you feel it's right. Now, sometimes how many people have to leave their job, right, to go to take a new job? Or some people say, you know what? I'm not leaving my job. I love it here. I got offered something elsewhere. I'm not going, right? It's happened. I've had job offers in my career that I turned down. I was like, it wasn't best for me. I wanted to stay where I was. Totally fine. So,
in radio?
Yeah, no one cares about that, but yeah.
Cool.
And so you look at McDavid, I think there's lots of things to factor in, right? Like, I don't know. I've never asked him, it's none of my business. I would never ask him. Like, maybe they're planning on a family. Well, where do you want to raise a family? Well, do we want to be close to grandparents? There's all sorts of questions. There could be just a laundry list of things to look at. And I really don't, and I believe wholeheartedly when I talked to the orders on this and on McDavid's camp that it wasn't really discussed in the summertime. His brother was getting married. Leon was getting married. And when it's your job and you lose and you're frustrated, sometimes you just want to break from it, right? So people go on holidays. That's kind of his holiday a little bit. And now you come back, you can talk to his agent. So it might take a month. It might take 3 months. But, you know, and here's another wild one, because I had a conversation with someone who I hadn't thought about it before, but who's let's just say close to the situation, and said, but not close to McDavid's camp. So I want to clarify that. And they said, what if McDavid's taking his time? Because when you have time, use it. It doesn't hurt you, right? That's the benefit of time. If you have it, use it to your advantage. And maybe he's looking to see, hey, having the conversations, what kind of moves can they make? Maybe they make this trade here. Maybe they make the trade there. And he said, maybe McDavid says, you know what? I don't need $16 million. Maybe when I find out, we can get this winger, but if you're at 14 or not 16, well, that can change things, right? Like, there's lots of different factors. I'd never thought about that. Like, I was kind of like, not really sure. My first instinct, I didn't really think that was going to be a factor, but there's so many things to look at through it from McDavid's standpoint. Obviously, it's different because it's McDavid and he's the best player in the NHL. And obviously, I understand that Oilers fans want him here. I still believe that he would sign here because I'm trying to rationalize. Okay, so if I look at everything, like, it's not like he's going to leave to go to the NFL. He's only got one option. He leaves to go to another team in the NHL. So that's the only option. Now, which team is he going to go to? Let's check on the list. Now, we could easily, in every person listening, I think I could scratch off half the teams in the league instantly that I know that aren't even an option that he's not going to go to, right? Because he wants to win. So let's take out the teams that I know right now. Connor McDavid is not signing it. So let's just start. He's not signing in San Jose. He's not signing in Chicago. He's not signing in Nashville. He's not signing in Philly. He's not signing in Seattle. There's 5 teams off the list. Buffalo Sabres, you're next. Pittsburgh Penguins, thanks for coming out. No chance. Anaheim Ducks, no. Boston Bruins? No. New York Islanders? No. So now there's 10, right? Detroit Red Wings, Utah, Vancouver, Calgary, Ottawa, they're out. There's half the league. There would probably be a list of New Jersey Devils. I would take off the Florida Panthers simply because they don't have the money, right? They've locked up all their guys forever, right? The Los Angeles Kings, I don't think so. Kopitar's leaving, I don't know. So really, there's probably 5 teams that you would consider, right? So maybe you take the time and say, well, let's look at the salary cap. We look at situations here, and you break it down. And I think when it's all said and done, he'll look and say, well, I could go somewhere else. And unless there's some off-ice stuff, but if his main goal is winning, and I firmly believe it is, at the end of the day, there's not, Colorado might be the one team where I'd say, okay, even chance. I don't think there's a team that gives them a better chance to win. So I just don't think there is. Now, I could be wrong, but take the time, anybody, rationalize it, break down the numbers, look at salary cap, look at teams, look at age, look at everything, and tell me why there are teams who think are better. Might say similar odds, okay, but who's better? That's it.
Wouldn't a team, if he said he wanted to go play in Columbus, wouldn't they be just trading players for shoes just to clear up space? Like, wouldn't there just be a fire sale prior to a signing?
Well, no, because then you got no team to support him with. He wants to go to somewhere to win, not just get cap space. They got to be able to win. That's what the challenge is. That's why it's not that easy. You can't just say, oh, let's get rid of all these guys. Well, great. We bring in McDavid. Now we got no supporting cast. Because I think he knows you can't win on his own. Nobody does. Good teams win. Great teams win. And you need a good supporting cast. Take a quick break. We'll return. It's the Gregor Show on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love, better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquasential reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
Wow, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
It's the Bricks famous tent sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
When you have lifting and material handling needs, Northwest Crane delivers. Western Canada's Sandy dealer, backed by the industry's toughest one. 3 years, 3,000 hours, no compromises. They service all crane makes and models with skilled technicians and deep industry expertise. Alberta owned, with locations in Leduc and Grand Prairie, and fully equipped service trucks. Northwest Crane keeps your operation lifting. For more information on sales or service, visit northwestcrane.com or call today.
The biggest game of the season, your Edmonton Elks Labor Day rematch with the Calgary Stampeders on Saturday, September 6th. It's the next gen game presented by National Bank. Kids get in free with a paid adult P5 ticket, and tickets start at just $20. Score yours at GoElks.com.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Japa is digging deep on their 50-year history of supporting Alberta's construction industry with their line of special edition blackout excavators. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
hat tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
And speaking of great sports, we were talking about so many things going on. You also have the World Athletics Championships that get going on, what is it? I think a week tomorrow in Tokyo. So I think the last time they were there was like no crowd. So pretty fun. And it's the biggest contingent Canada's ever sent with 30 men, 29 women going. So lots at the World Athletics Championships. So we look forward to watching that and seeing. I love it. It's great, man. High-end athletics, high-end sports at whatever level is awesome from my vantage point. No question about it. Now, let's talk a little NFL as we go to our NFL report brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. And you want to get great deals. You always have great deals. But what about just maintaining your furnace before the winter? Best time, do a maintenance check at legacyheating.ca. It can save you money and, more importantly, extend the life of your furnace or air conditioner, legacyheating.ca. And to talk all things NFL, Bill Bender from the Sporting News joins us once again. Bill, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Bill, can you remember the last time you saw a guy get ejected for spitting?
I knew it was the NFL season when that happened because I have a thread with 3 high school football teammates, and we're still best friends to this day. And it just went, as you can imagine, that thread went off the chain pretty quick. It was a bizarre incident. You know, I have one friend that's a real NFL conspiracy theorist. He said that was only so the Cowboys could cover. It was a lot to unpack last night.
So they forced the Eagle player to embarrass himself on national TV just so the Cowboys can cover. Woo! That's next level conspiracy. Now, if he would have said CeeDee Lamb kept dropping balls, what the hell is going on here? When you look at 2 of them, for sure would have put them in field goal range on 2 different occasions. And when you got arguably the best kicker in the league, that could have been the difference in the game.
You know, I know my football body clock set too. I fell asleep during the weather delay. Woke up right in time. I missed a drive in that last drive in the third quarter, watched the 4th, and I thought, that one drop was bad. And then the last one where he's trying to make this spectacular diving catch, that's a little different. You got to have the other one though. And, Dak really had those guys in the mix. I thought Alex's run defense is still really bad. And made worse, obviously, with the Parsons trade. But they fought, and I had a feeling they would go in and fight in that game. That's the first against the spread pick right this season. That always feels good.
Yeah. Now, tonight in Brazil, you have the Chiefs and the Chargers. And what's your expectations for Worthy this year?
Well, I mean, second year in the system, he's got, take on a more pronounced role, I think. Travis Kelce's not getting younger, and this receiving core with the Rashid Rice, situation, that this is an opportunity for Xavier Worthy, and not just be a deep threat, be a well-rounded receiver. I think he started to show that late last year. Obviously, my last impression of him was that filthy pass that Mahomes threw to him in the Super Bowl, even though the game was over. If he can be that kind of guy for them, it'd be a really good thing.
Yeah. Well, he was down the stretch last year. You know what? He put up some huge numbers. So I'm definitely interested to see kind of, what he will do all year long. Without Rashid Rice, he definitely should be one of the main focal points early on. What about the Chargers? And now it's year 2 of Harbaugh. What are you expecting from them? Where do they need to make the biggest improvement?
Just, consistency. Yeah, they'll fight the Chiefs tonight. That'll be a good game. I like the Armarian Hampton draft pick. Yeah, back-to-back 1,500-yard seasons in the ACC, one of the nation's best running backs, and grinding it out behind that UNC offensive line. I think he'll be fine in that offense. Then you have Najee Harris as a backup. I think they need their receivers to be better, no question. And then a little more consistency on defense. That division's loaded. There's So 3 of the coaches in that division have won the Super Bowl, and the other has a national championship and has been to the Super Bowl. So those AFC West matchups cover to cover are going to be fascinating.
Bruce Benner joins us here, and Bill Benner, excuse me, on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. And Bill, the first few weeks in the NFL, definitely last year was tough. Last night was a little bit better, but last year it was kind of awful football for the first few weeks because they didn't play anybody in preseason games. And I know it's only been one game, but you concerned about that? Just the lack of play for teams' top guys in preseason kind of leads the first few weeks of the regular season to kind of be an extension of the preseason.
You know what I don't like about it, and I understand why they're doing it, is, yeah, I am concerned because guys don't play, but then you play these like mega matchups, like Detroit, Green Bay. Play that one in week 4. Baltimore, Buffalo. That is a blockbuster Sunday night matchup, though. So I'm really excited to watch that with the quarterbacks. But I get what you're saying. You want the football to be a little cleaner. I thought last night was a reasonably clean game given the weather delay. And, aside from, what I liked about it was not that it got carried away, aside from the spitting incident, they didn't like each other. There wasn't a lot of hugging in that game, and I enjoyed that.
Should 49er fans and Christian McCaffrey fantasy owners be concerned?
I think so, a little bit. I mean, this has happened quite a bit when he's on the field and healthy, obviously one of the best players in the league. Brian Robinson's a guy that can be serviceable in that role. And then the 49ers have a way with those running backs to make it work. But, yeah, I mean, when are we going to see the Christian McCaffrey that helped carry them to the Super Bowl? I know our Vinny Iyer picked San Francisco to reach the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl this year, and that's entirely reasonable with a healthy Christian McCaffrey. Without him, we saw what the injuries did to them last year. They were that team that was just snake bit one too many times.
Yeah. Well, you do wonder, and I know he spoke today and doesn't think it's a big issue, but the fact that he's missing 2 days of practice, it definitely raises some alarms a little bit. Now, maybe they've done a lot of studies and they're like, he's just not going to practice every Friday now to help him. Who knows? We'll see. But it definitely causes for concern. And kind of like that division is a very fascinating division to see who you like. What about the Cardinals? Are people sleeping on the Cardinals?
A little, maybe. I mean, Kyler Murray's got to prove it. And, that like a classic Cardinals move, would be to lose this week. And they can't have that
Saints,
happen.
Yeah, it'd be awful, yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the Saints are at home and everybody says the Saints are awful and they turn around and win that game. Seattle's really interesting to me. And I think they could be pretty good as well. I still like the 49ers and the Rams, to be the top 2 teams in that division. The Rams playing the Texans at home. Matthew Stafford's health is another one, right? Like if it's McCaffrey for the Niners, it's Stafford for the Rams. Can he stay healthy for a full 17 games? They came on really strong last year at the end of the season. But it's and you don't want to play McVay in the playoffs. I understand all that, but they do need to break through.
You mentioned the Saints at home. There are a few teams I'm interested in. Like, what do you think Aaron Rodgers has left with Pittsburgh? Because some of his numbers weren't actually bad when he played in New York last year. And where I want to go with Pittsburgh, and then I want to go with Bo Nix in Denver. So go to your kind of thoughts on both teams.
Okay. Denver could win that division. I'm really high on them this year. They could. We were supposed to do 3 bold predictions for Sporting News this week, and I did. Omarion Hampton would win Rookie of the Year. I did the Steelers would miss the playoffs. Even though I think Aaron Rodgers could do very well, I don't know if there can be an in-between there. Like he's either going to be on a 12-5 team and in that division it's just really tough, or I think at some point the balloon's going to pop and they don't reach the playoffs if they keep going 10-7 and 9-8 every year. So, I mean, that could absolutely happen. But I almost put as my prediction and I held off, but I was going to say the Broncos are going to win the AFC West. They could absolutely do it. They should have beat the Chiefs the first time last year. They beat them in the last week, obviously, with the Chiefs reserves. But that pass rush and Bo Nix continued development, they're drafting well. Sean Tate can coach. There are a lot of things to like about the Denver Broncos.
Okay. And the Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, like The Jets say, well, obviously it wasn't great there. His numbers weren't bad if you wanted to try to dissect down deep in some of them. But, Pittsburgh has, if there's one organization that has shown for decades, Bill, that they distractions, they don't really have a lot of them, right? Like they're not that they've always had everything and every decision works out and every player's, being perfect, far from it, but they've been like the ultimate steady franchise.
For real. Yeah. I mean, when you only have my lifetime, 3 coaches, I mean, that tells you right there. Yeah. And they made it work with Antonio Brown as long as they did and Le'Veon Bell as long as they did. So it's not, like you said, it's not perfect, but they do make it work. And, Aaron throwing the DK Metcalf and the defense that they have, it's always steady. And they make Pittsburgh's a tough place to play. But they're in that division where Baltimore's going to be good. I think Cincinnati's really – I don't know about the defense. I know their offense is going to be a problem for people with Joe, the way that he's playing. And, then you got Cleveland, who they always find a way to knock one of those teams off at least once. Maybe Joe Flacco can pull a couple upsets this year. So that's the hard part. Plus, they're playing the NFC North. So he's going to see the Packers and the Vikings and the Lions and the Bears. And I think that might be – the AFC North used to be the best division in football. I think it's the NFC North now, especially if the Bears make that improvement.
Bill Benner joins us from the Sporting News. Lastly, Bill, who is your surprise team? And you can't pick the Broncos. So who is your surprise team this year?
I mean, I'll give you be surprised if the Packers, Lions, and Bears all made the playoffs out of the same division. Kind of building off what I just said. If the Bears make the playoffs, if Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson have a good marriage, I think it's possible that they could do that and have a really good season. So I don't know if the Bears are a surprise. They've been written about quite a bit. And I think you kind of stole it earlier when you talked about the Cardinals. If they can be a little more steady, they could be that team in that division to make some noise. So I'm going to give you credit for the Cardinals, and I'll give a half answer on the Bears.
Oh, the Bears. That would be unbelievable. I like that one. Awesome, right. Bill. Well, thanks for this. I can guarantee you one thing. Your group chat will be a little slower tonight because I do not see a second consecutive spitting episode tonight in Brazil.
I hear you. Thanks so much for having me on. I'll talk to you guys soon.
I betcha. That's Bill Benner from the Sporting News. We'll return. We got Cam Tate's 2-minute warning and more. Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz, Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Mr. Rooter goes for a fall stroll.
Ah, the beauty of fall. These leaves are crunchier than that calcified shower head I replaced this morning. And the earthy yellow, oranges, and browns are as colorful as the wad of hair I pulled out of the shower drain.
Ugh, Mr. Rooter, can we talk about something else?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you didn't like fall. You look about as sour as the sewer line I unclogged yesterday.
For a plumber you'll truly fall for, call Mr. Rooter.
Want some good news? St. Albert Dodge is holding the biggest sale of the year on their in-stock Ram 1500 Sports. Every single one on the lot is discounted by a whopping $14,000. Yeah, 14 grand. And St. Albert Dodge has the best selection in Alberta. Over 90 Ram 1500 Sports to choose from with great packages, including the Night Edition and GT models, all $14,000 off the ticket price. Get down there and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. Stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. TNA Wrestling makes its explosive debut at the Expo Center on Friday, September 26th and Saturday, September 27th for back-to-back nights. Buy your tickets online today. Learn more about what's happening at the Expo Center by visiting the calendar of events online at edmontonexpocenter.com today.
I'm a little hungry.
I've got Booster Balls from Booster Juice.
Booster what now?
Booster Balls. They're little protein bites packed with nutrients. Chewy, crunchy, yummy, and new flavors all the time. Like this little guy. The new mint chocolate booster ball, peppermint cocoa, coconut, peanut butter, maple syrup, all rolled up into a delightful little bite-sized snack.
Why am I just hearing about this now?
I don't know.
Can I have one?
No.
Booster Juice, Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
RV Wars are back this weekend. Four of the largest dealers in Western Canada are hosting a massive year-end RV show and sale at the Premium Outlet Mall by the Edmonton International Airport. Over 200 travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more. Brand new RVs starting for less than $20,000. All the top brands in one location. Special finance rates, no payments for 6 months, and free winter storage. Visit rvwars.ca.
Summit Restaurant, located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common. Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
There's something we need to talk about. Debt. It's an uncomfortable topic, but the truth is, most of us carry some form of debt, and we are ashamed to talk about it. My name is Parveen Middleton, a licensed insolvency trustee at BDO here in Edmonton. Every day, people struggling with debt come to me for a solution. When you make that call, I'll listen to your story without judgment and will lead you to a debt-free future. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to learn more.
They sure saw you coming. You went in for about $200 in auto service, and by the time Johnny Slick out front was done telling you everything he thought you should have replaced, you got hosed for $3,000. Big Toy Shop won't lie to you, inflate your bill, or waste your time. You'll know exactly what your service actually costs and when it's going to be done. Take your ride to Big Toy Shop, 8315 Argyle Road, 780-298-2797.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Enjoy a taste of Hawaii with Papa John's Aloha Trio. Try the classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken pizzas for only $19.99 each at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
347. Welcome back, Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Wanye Gretz, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Hey guys, just so you know, 99th Street exit off the White Mud crosses Gateway Boulevard. The train lights are on, but there's no train. Everyone is stuck. Ooh, that's Vinny. I've been there, man, and it can just lock down there and just be stuck for a long time. So. Ooh, that's a tough spot. So anybody on the south side, 99th Street and the White Mud that crosses Gateway Boulevard, train lights are on, but no trains.
Ghost train?
Ghost train.
Friday afternoon, ghost train.
That is you know what, though? This is, as I jokingly, we came up with something, you know, my wife and I, because we used to kind of get really irritated over things. And one day she's like, you know what? That's a test of your character. And I'm like, you know what? And so now it's like anytime something bad happens, I'm like, you know what that is? That's a test of your character.
Wow.
And it's funny because now it laughs and it instantly kind of calms me down. So just for those of you that are sitting there, you're probably cursing. You're like, oh, what is going on? There's no train coming. The bars are down. I can't go up. I can't move. I get it. I've been there. I've been there many times. The one on 34th Avenue and 99th Street, it used to happen. I'd be like freaky because the train would come and then it would want to back up and then would back up, but not far enough. So it would just sit there, but the arms wouldn't raise. And you were just like, oh my God. Like I remember one time I was there for 28 minutes. I was freaking out.
Do you freak out in day-to-day business? Like
no, not really. But I was in my car. Like,
Yeah.
you know how it is. You're in your car. There's no one around. So you're yelling at your own windshield, right? What the hell? Right. And it's just like, what am I doing here? Right. It's kind of like when, and I know, and I don't do it anymore, but I used to be very guilty of yelling at the automated voice message. right? The person's like, press 1 for this too. You say the word, it's not clear. And you're like, and then you're yelling at this automated machine that clearly can't sense that you're aggravated. It doesn't care. And then you're like, what am I doing? So yeah, I've been that guy. Surrendering that was probably before my son. I'm a lot calmer now, but that 34th Ave one, dude, I get nightmares driving. Honestly, I don't think I've driven across 34th Ave and Calgary Trail, just east of Calgary Trail because of that. Like, I can't remember the last time.
Avoid the whole zone.
Just avoid it. Just, you know what? Like, I got bad karma coming here. I'm like, not doing it. I can't risk it. No chance.
I know I yell too much in traffic now because I've got a 4-year-old sitting in the back seat. And we got cut off the other day, and he from the back seat goes, "What is that guy doing?" Yes. What is that guy doing? Well said.
Vinny sent us an update that because we read that it was about 50 minutes ago. Update, guys. Good Samaritans lifted it up, let a few people drive under.
Oh.
But how long can you stand there? You can only go for so long.
That's not our question to answer. You shouldn't be messing with the train track.
Oh, so there you go. That is classic.
Would you do that? Would you get out and help a team of people, well-meaning well-wishers?
Oh, yeah, why not? But if you get out, you'd have to have someone in your vehicle to drive you through, right?
Well,
you don't want to get out and then be like, I'm lifting the bar, but everybody else is driving through and I'm still stuck. So I don't know. I did one time because if you go in the one lane and the bar doesn't completely cut off your lane, then you go across and you kind of zigzag your way through. I've done that. Not proud of it, but I did.
It wasn't until I lived in foreign countries that I realized how, as Canadians, we follow the rules. I was in Mexico City standing on a corner and there were no cars coming. I was just standing there by myself. This guy walked up to me and goes, "Are you from Canada?" And I said, "Yeah." He's like, "Huh?" And just jaywalked across the street while I was waiting. I'm like, we're not allowed. We'll get in trouble. It's a very Canadian thing to think. A lot of people don't jaywalk, but a lot of people do. A lot of people would just move the train thing out of the way. A lot of people wouldn't.
It's true.
A lot of people obey traffic laws like they're sacrosanct.
Well, I will say, though, there's pedestrians in Canada that will just walk across, just assuming, well, if the car hits me, it's their fault. And I'm like, you could be dead. Like, it's amazing to me. I'm like, I am always looking thrice before I cross the
street. Do you ever jaywalk?
Well, yeah, I'll jaywalk.
You do?
I have no problem jaywalking.
Busy street jaywalk?
Well, not if it's super busy, no. Like, I look both ways. There's no vehicles coming up. Like downtown, for instance, outside of Rogers a few times, I've jaywalked to go across the street because there's no one coming.
Okay.
Yeah. But do I see cars and I got to sprint to beat them? No, I'm not doing that. No. I could move down because usually you stand 30 seconds and then you hit the light, right? And then you'll get the walk signal. That's not a big deal. So I only jaywalk if it's convenient and it's not busy. But I don't do it very often. Now let's get to the 2-minute warning with Cam Tate, as always, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, where they remind you, a new furnace is great, but maintaining your current one can save you money. Get a maintenance check, legacyheating.ca. Yo, and this is Cam Tate. Now, Cam Tate, for anybody who's just joining us, Cam, of course, born with cerebral palsy. Cam's in a wheelchair and has always wanted to be in radio, but due to his disability, was unable to until now because we take his words and they come to life in the 2-minute warning. But on Fridays, Cam gets me to read his 2-minute warning. Cons, hit the music. Yo, Gregor and Connor Halley and your listeners should be thanking your lucky stars. Right now, I am not. Not, but I very well could sing happy birthday to Sports 1440 on the big 3-year birthday. 2 years of building a sports radio station, which has become, I think, through hard work and dedication to the craft of broadcasting radio, we have very effectively become part of the Edmonton sports fabric. With me being the exception, the people around here are dialed in as in a M, as in AM dial to work hard for every possible angle on every story to present in the most entertaining fashion. And with the world of streaming, we're now on YouTube, our own channel. So slide on by. And if you can, please give it a like. Then you can be part of our growth. Because let's be honest here. You, the listener, you, the viewer, you're the straw. And I know a few things about drinking straws. It's true. Tater drinks out of a straw all the time. You're the straw that fizzles the drink. And then there's Gregor, who firmly believes that you should you have a radio show or a newspaper call, and you have a responsibility to use your platform to make a difference in your community. Month of giving, take your cue, please. It's simple. What we do, Gregor leading the way. Now some personal news. When I was a teenager, and I'm reading Cam's words, I heard Eddie Keane on 6:30 Chet. Eddie wrote and voiced 2 editorials a day. Eddie, he inspired me to become a writer. Funny thing, never wanted to write for newspaper. Radio, man, that was my first love. I had it in my head and heart to write, not voice, but write a segment for radio, 5 days a week. Off to Nate I went. First person with a disability to enroll in the radio and television arts program. Had a great year, but on the morning of our graduation banquet, the program head called me in his office and told me that because of my disability, I would never work a day in my life in the media. I think I fooled him. 46 years in newspaper and now radio. 2 years ago, the 2-minute warning began on Sports 1440 Monday, Fridays. Then the orders ended the playoffs. I added Wednesday. Now we're adding Tuesday and Thursday starting next week. This is possible because of Mr. Gregor, Mr. Halley, Mr. Kruger, and everyone else at Sports 1440. And to you, our listener, thank you for saying hello at Oilers games, Elks games, Riverhawk games, and telling me you like the 2-minute warning. It's 53 years ago since Eddie Keane handed me a dream to chase. Dreams never fade. I really hope keep chasing yours. 2-minute warning, soon to be 5 days a week. Gregor Halley, Tate, Sports 1440. Well, Tater, I would love, oh man, it's an interesting time. Imagine an instructor telling you you'll never work a day. Now, there are people out there that have had a teacher that said, oh, you won't make it very far. And I don't know, maybe, and you can use that as motivation. So I guess there's always 2 ways to take it. But I would always be odd to tell someone to their face. And I guess maybe you think like, I know better. You're never going to work in radio. Now, for people who've never met Cam, right? Like Cam is really witty. Cam's done, and he's in a wheelchair, but he's done stand-up comedy. Did it for many years. It's damn funny. Now at times, struggle to understand him. That's okay, right? Like in our friendship with Cam, like, you know what, Cam, when you're friends with Cam, you got to focus. That's just the truth. You have to focus to listen to what he's going to say. And, I remember the first time it was like, oh my God, I'm not sure I'm going to understand. But, now I know Tater, you can joke around with him. My favorite Cam Tate story is, so Cam, of course, worked at the Edmonton Journal and he was getting a big award. And John Short, the late John Short, is up there and he's on stage and he's talking so glowingly about Cam and what a great guy he is and what a great inspiration he is. And they call Cam up, and Cam wheels up, gets into the mic. F you, John. Because that was his sense of humor, right? Because, John was trying to be all nice about it and saying how inspired he was. That was Tate's first response. Oh, God, he's funny, dude. So, yeah, we're happy to have him on. The 2-minute warning will be 5 days a week starting next week.
I saw a story about Adam Sandler being told by his acting coach, you'll never work a day in Hollywood. You're not funny. You're not going to be a comedian. You got to find something else to do. And years later, when he was big, he ran into him at a bar. And he invited him over with his friends to his table and said, because the guy had taken him out for a beer.
Yeah, he bought him a beer. Yeah.
And he said, this is the only teacher I ever had who bought me a beer.
You're right. Yeah. That's what he said to the guy because he didn't remember, because you got 2 ways to look at it, right? You can say, hey, because if someone tells you can't do something, you can get upset and be like, oh my God, he's right. I'm never going to, or you can say, oh, you know what? I'll show you. I'll get it. Now you can show them without ever have to going back and sticking up their craw. But if you do want to stick and tell the guy, hey, you said I was going to be a failure. Screw you. That's okay. You act however you want to do it. Some might be better, like in the Sandler way, or others just to, keep a picture of it. Right. Like I remember when I left the oil field, I kept a picture of me working in the oil field. That was my motivation. And I respect all the people who work in the oil field. It wasn't for me in the job I was doing at that time. I wasn't passionate about it. But there are people that are very passionate about it, and it's essential to our society. There's no question about it. But for me, it was. But that was my motivation. So I studied hard because I did not want to go back there because that was the only place I could go if it didn't work.
I think, and kudos to Cam Tate. I mean, Adam Sandler, maybe, who knows how resilient he is. He's a pretty big star now. He might have had a lot of confidence as a kid. But Cam Tate, good for you for not listening to your instructor. Yeah. All these kids starting school today, don't listen to your teachers. That's the lesson to learn from all of this.
No, good teachers. Listen to your good teachers, because there's lots of good teachers. You have people who, wasn't it Adele? She's on stage, right? Her teacher who inspired her, right? So there's lots of ways you can be. Some can inspire you with a negative comment. Others can inspire you with positive comments.
Traumatic growth, right? Yeah. Traumatic growth means something bad happens to you and you grow from it.
Can be, yes. Very true. Very true. Tater did that. So 46 years later.
Unreal.
It's true. Cam does use straws though a lot. He likes it. We might have to. I was thinking I was going to get Tater I think I might have given him a real big like napkin to use, like a real overgiant sized Sports 1441. Because his nemesis, if you ask Tater, what is the hardest thing for Cam Tate to eat? It's a bun. It's all over him. So I'm sure if we asked Tater, what is his one food that is his hard, like that's his enemy. It's a bun. Especially the buns that are kind of flaky and crusty. That's his enemy. Guaranteed. I could be wrong. I'll ask him next time I see him, but I think I'm going to vote for the bun.
Banquet bun.
Yeah. Yeah. But one that's, you know how it is, like some buns are really soft and they stick together, but then there's ones that are a little flaky. Yeah. So we'll probably have to call it the flaky bun. I think that's flaky bun 50, Tater 0. But I like it. He keeps coming back thinking he's going to beat it. Right? It's perseverance. It's great. Let's get to the con man and a sports 1440 update brought to you by Fountain Tire. Are you ready to swap your tires this fall? Well, Fountain Tire can make it easy and save you money. Get $50 off storage tire with the purchase of a new set of tires in September. No more stacking tires in the garage. Let them handle it. See select locations for details, fountaintire.com.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
The Montreal Canadiens have traded the contract of goaltender Carey Price in a 5th-round draft pick to the San Jose Sharks in exchange for defenseman Ganon Larocque. Price is entering the final year of his 8-year, $84 million contract with a cap hit of $10.5 million. Week 14 in the CFL gets going tonight. Red Blacks hosting the Lions at 5:30. The Elks in action tomorrow, hosting the Stamps just after 5 at Commonwealth. Week 1 in the NFL rolls on tonight in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with the Chargers meeting the defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff at 6. Major League Baseball, Toronto kicking off a series with the New York Yankees in the Bronx at 5 o'clock. Elsewhere, you got the Brewers and the Pirates. Reds host the Mets. Mariners taking on the Braves. Diamondbacks up against the Red Sox. Earlier today, Cubs get past the Nationals 11-5. U.S. Open, Felix Auger-Aliassime taking on number 1 seed Jannik Sinner at 5. Earlier today, Carlos Alcaraz knocking off Novak Djokovic in straight sets. The final goes Sunday from Arthur Ashe Stadium. Edmonton Oil Kings preseason taking on the Prince George Cougars out in Hinton. That'll get going at 7 o'clock. You got Golden Bears football in Regina taking on the Rams at 7. Also at 7, Pandas rugby hosting Regina down at Foot Field. Pandas hockey meets the Dinos this weekend, and McEwen Griffins hockey. You got the women's hosting MRU and the men in Red Deer. 7 o'clock puck drop, both of those games. And on the football field, the Edmonton Huskies taking on the Edmonton Wildcats Sunday out in Sherwood Park. Kickoff 1 o'clock. Coming up in hour 3 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll ask 5 questions and hear another edition of the Oil Report. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go. It all started in 2006.
The year Twitter was founded.
Google bought YouTube.
We played Wii Sports.
And On the Rocks opened, changing Jasper Avenue forever.
Celebrate 19 years of OTR on September 19th.
Featuring Edmonton's own The Royal Foundry.
Along with party band The Curves,
DJ Deadly Nedley, and DJ Kenny K.
Edmonton's biggest party started in 06 and is still rocking harder than ever.
See you September 19th.
And On the Rocks.
Jasper Ave and 118.
Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air.
You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
September, back to class and back to carting the kids around. Good news. Until the end of the month at Wolf GMC Buick, get GMC employee pricing on all remaining 2025 GMC Sierras, so you'll have loads of room. Plus, get 0% financing on Sierra light-duty crew cabs. If you're eyeing up an SUV, we have the completely redesigned GMC Terrain and our entire Buick family with incredible prices. And Costco members up to $1,200 additional off the price. Come see us, corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road.
Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
Action Electrical Solar Team is now making a play for sustainability and savings. They're specialists in powering up for a greener future.
That's the strategy, designing and installing high-efficiency solar panels. They're helping homes and businesses combat rising utility costs by harnessing the power of the sun.
A smart move for efficiency and the environment. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Every morning, you look in the mirror and see less of yourself. Hair loss can feel like losing a part of who you are.
But it doesn't have to be that way. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we understand the pain of hair loss. Our advanced hair restoration solutions won't just bring back your hair. They'll help you face the mirror with confidence.
Good morning, you sexy beast. Visit drvanceelliott.com today because
Man, speaking of great
to be the man you remember. To a child, a new bike means everything. Freedom, mobility. It's a big step forward. You can help by donating your gently used bike during Sports Central's 3rd annual bike drive. Every Saturday in September, Sports Central will be collecting bikes in Edmonton and area. Don't have a bike to give? You can donate $175 for a new bike and helmet. Drop off at Bonnie Doon Mall, participating Fountain Tire locations, and at United Sport and Cycle Gateway. Visit sportscentral.org. Brought to you in part by Sports 1440.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. From weekend warriors to professional athletes, kids playing soccer, to grandparents in the garden, rotator cuff tears and tendonitis to post-surgical knees and hips, we fix your body. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Just after 4 o'clock on a positive Friday. Hope you're having a lovely day. Lots going on this weekend in the world of sports. Hey, speaking of new, we love new. The new season's upon us. Hey, PlayAlberta.ca has got new odds. Better, makes it more enjoyable, more fun for NFL and, of course, NHL when it drops the puck on another season, the NBA, and, of course, it's Friday. Lotto Max, $50 million up for grabs tonight. PlayAlberta.ca. Get your tickets for Lotto Max. Coming up this hour, we're going to hear from one of the newest members of the Edmonton Oilers organization. The biggest wild card I have heading into training camp, because up until yesterday, I'd never seen him skate live. But 6'2", 210 pound, can play right wing or center, and man, can he shoot the puck.
Is it the Iceman?
No, he's not. He's not here yet. He's at the now they had, because every team has to send a player. And I got to get the name of it, but there's 2 rookie things that go on. So Howard's at the other rookie thing. He'll be here next week. But no, it's David Tomasic.
Okay.
And I had a really good conversation with David today after the skate. Him and his wife are here together. He's moved around. He's pretty confident. He felt like, his confidence the last few years, led the league in the Swedish Elite League in scoring.
Wow.
2 years ago, led him in goals. It's a fast league, but it's pretty defensive-minded league, right? It's hard to score it. And he gets scoring. He talked about how he's coming here with a lot of confidence, and he came early because he just wanted to get comfortable in surroundings. You had to get a car here, it's because you want to drive different places. They've already done some walks and stuff. He loved the River Valley already, so he was asking me for other places to go. And so, I told him if he likes bike riding, you can rent a bike and go down and see Fort Edmonton. He was really intrigued about Fort Edmonton, was explaining to him what it was, and the bike pass around behind there. It's an unreal place to go biking. So they'll probably be checking that out this weekend. And he just, he's getting used to some guys. Obviously, he said, hey, the opportunity to play with McDavid and Draisaitl is pretty enticing. But we'll have the interview coming up with David here in about 12 minutes time. We got Speck and Low Tide. Lots more text line in at 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440 in our inbox. Hey, Greg, you asked about why the Sharks would make that trade. Well, if they wanted to move a lot of guys at the deadline, and because they can only retain salary on one, if they wanted to move Klingberg and Skinner and others, then they would be under the cap. So this way it guarantees them over. And that's fair. But now I have to get confirmation on how much of the actual base salary they have to pay in cap, because it's $2 million. And how much of it is covered by insurance, how much isn't, we'll see. But, because each contract and sometimes the signing bonus is all covered, because a lot of you look at Draisaitl, his signing bonus this year, he's making, I think, $15.5 million or $16.5 million, I think it is. But it's like 15.5 he got paid on July 1st. And so then there's $1 million contract the rest of the year. So, lots of teams will just insure the signing bonus and then not the other one, right? So makes sense. I get it. So I'll try to find out, what they're actually paying in cash just for a fifth rounder. But Puckpedia kind of had about what you retain in salary and stuff. And they said they probably could have got a second rounder based on other ones, but obviously every deal is different. So just seemed a little odd to me that you're going to take it on. But if they're not paying out any cash, then they're like, hey, it doesn't pay us any cash. It gives us lots of flexibility that we could trade off whoever we want really at the deadline. Now, are all these guys, going to be eligible to trade, right? Like, Nick Leddy, John Klingberg, Mario Ferraro. Now they got a boatload of defensemen. If they're not that good as a team, are all those defensemen going to be that enticing? Then there's Wenberg at $5 million. So they can only retain on one, but we'll see how many, especially now with the new rules that if you trade a guy and what his retention is, but then, what's his cost going to be is still going to be higher come playoff time than what it would be this past season. So that makes the rules a little bit different this year. So I don't know. Are we going to see as many guys traded as we saw in the past? Not sold.
It's pretty incredible that there's a $16.5 million Oiler. Like when you think back in the day, you lose David Oliver for $100,000 to the Rangers. Like, you want to know what it's like in the future? There's an Oiler that is paid $60.5 million. You want to know something else? There's another Oiler that's about to make more than him.
Yeah, it is. No,
Crazy.
it is kind of wild there. No question. Actually, Draisaitl is even across the board. His signing bonus was I was right. It was 15.5, and he'll have a signing bonus of that for the first 3 years of the deal. And then it'll be 13, then 11.5, 11, 11, 11. So his base salary every year is $1 million for Leon Draisaitl. So he's getting huge dollars July 1st every year.
Do you think he's playing a game where he's like, okay, I'm going to put all that money in the bank and live on the million? It's Edmonton.
Oh, God, how could you? Easily, right? Right, doesn't have a mortgage payment. I'm pretty confident about that. So, what if you don't have a mortgage payment, like really, how much expenses you got? Guess you got a car payment, which you probably pretty sure you can afford cash for a lot of his things. So I'm not even sure. Like, what's his thing? He's got a Netflix account, right? He's got his phone bill. He's got to pay power and water and food, and But even then, food, like a lot of times, you're an owner. Like you come to the rink, you got a chef there, you got breakfast, you got lunch. So it's pretty good. It's a pretty good life.
Clash of Clans gems, you got to buy those. They're $5 for a box.
Of what?
Clash of Clans, the game. No, nothing.
I've never even heard of that game.
What? Clash of Clans is, if you started playing Clash of Clans, you would lose a lot of time. Because remember what were you used to play? Minesweeper, Solitaire? What was the thing you had to stop playing?
Oh, yeah. Well, Solitaire for sure.
If you got Clash of Clans in your phone, it is over. Like you have to build things. And I used to set my alarm to wake up in the night when the thing was done being built.
No.
Strutty was addicted to that.
Was he?
Yeah. That's the one he was telling us he played all the time.
See, I
or Bomb Beach, one of the two.
Because I have Wordle on my phone. You can only do one a day. You can only do one connections a day. So those are the only two. Like I'm kind of done in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, it's good. Here we go.
Clash of Clans, you set something, and then 8 hours later, it's done being built. And that's when you got to wake up and start building something new.
Oof, yikes.
But you can buy gems. That'd be my worry for Leon. He's buying too many gems.
Now, do we have the at home Connor Halley? Oh, okay. We'll get some thoughts from Mr. Ekholm. He had a pretty funny answer today about his contract extension, which he's entering the last year of his deal. I'll say this from people that I've talked to on both sides. Ekholm and his family love Edmonton. They're very happy here. It's obviously he feels it's a place he can win. Now he'll be 36 next year. I know some people thought, Ekholm fell off. Ekholm had a torn abductor.
Yeah.
Right? Like it really impacts your skating. I think now, even if he's not a top pair defenseman, I firmly believe Mattias Ekholm is a really, really good second pair defenseman still. And, if you could get him on I know that there is projections, those sites that do all the salary cap projections and stuff. And they're pretty accurate, usually within, $500K on bigger deals for sure. Sometimes they get it within, within about $50K on a lot of the deals. But they had Ekholm with Cal going up and everything at around $6 million. I don't think it's going to be that high. I won't be surprised at all if you see Ekholm sign an extension for a few years at like 4. Yeah, I really do. I've been told that, of course, he's never going to come and say it publicly, but the money is not going to be his main motivator. His family's really happy here. Like they love winter. They really do. Right? Like, it's funny. Like, I love winter. Now, I don't love -30, but that's a limited part of winter. I love all the other, 120 days that aren't -30. Right? I like being on the outdoor. I like sledding, all that stuff. Love it. So they really like it here. Obviously, the team's competitive. And I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Ekholm sign an extension during the season at some point. Jake Wallman sign an extension during the season at some point.
If we want to have a culture where players want to come to Edmonton, a known cold city, getting people who like winter is a great start. If you find people who are like, I like South Beach, that's where the action's at. Well, we're going to have a tough time. Swedes, Finns, a lot of them love winter. Can you usually bounce back from abductor tears?
Yeah, well, it didn't require surgery, he said.
Okay.
So, he just rehab it. And I asked him today, he says he feels great, right? Like it says, it's interesting when you play banged up and you're not 100%, how it feels not to feel good. And then when you feel good, you're like, oh, geez, I feel fantastic. It's like euphoric. And he talked about how he feels so much better because probably the last time he's thinking of now, does he feel way better than he did last October? I don't know, but just from how he felt at the end of last season till now, it's night and day in his eyes. Feels fantastic. It's no pain. He can really move. His strides back, so it helps. So people say, "Oh, geez, Ekholm looks like he's not moving very well." Well, yeah, he's coming off torn abductor. Not going to move very well with that. It limits. Like he said, he goes, "You can't even really play. You're just trying to survive."
I remember in the playoffs when he kept falling down. Remember that?
Yeah,
it was so alarming because he couldn't skate.
Well, that was when he came back, took one shift and kind of stepped on the stick. And then he came back and lost a blade. But to me, that's where he tore it. Right. It was in the regular season. Yeah. So no, yeah, not good. But let's hear from the Beard is Wonder, Mattias Ekholm. And, he was asked first of all about, someone said, because his coach said he was probably 70%. And so Ekholm was asked, was that accurate in how he felt during the final?
I mean, I don't even know, how do you put a percentage on? I have no idea whether it was that or something else. But, yeah, obviously it wasn't great. It was tough just because you can't really – you're more out there to survive than maybe creating something or actually playing your game. So I thought first couple of games it went pretty good. But then, obviously, you get into – the first couple of games you're so into it. You're so mentally into it. And after a couple of games, you kind of – I wouldn't say you lose it, but it becomes more normal again. So it was definitely a challenge that I've never had before in my career. And looking back at it, it was difficult at times for sure. And obviously skating is a big part of hockey. So it was hard, but I mean, no excuse to it. I decided to play and yeah.
And so there you go. And the one big change for Ekholm will be his coach. Paul Coffey is out. Mark Stewart, who he obviously knows, but now Mark Stewart's going to run the defense. And I asked Ekholm kind of what are the differences he's expecting between the two?
I mean, really enjoyed Koff's time here too. I mean, just want to say that first and foremost, I really appreciate him as a coach. He was a little bit different than, I think you're looking at two guys that one was maybe a little bit more, he played the game. Obviously, he was a winner when he played the game, and he saw everything with his eyes, and that's kind of what he trusted. And I think the more new school coaches, and I think Mark is maybe a hybrid of it, where he maybe mixes video with what he sees. So I think they're for sure different styles, different mentalities, and at the end of the day, they're two different people. So I'm excited to work with Mark. I mean, he's been around as long as I've been here, so I know him really well. Everybody knows him. It won't be that big a change, and I think it's good for him too. He knows what's been going on the last couple of years. It's not like he's coming in fresh or anything. He knows what the group's about, what the guys are about. So I think he's going to be great for us. And I mean, lastly, he's a great human being. So I'm excited to work with him.
It will be, it's interesting what he said there. Paul Coffey was not one who did a ton of video work. He was more about what he sees in the game, comment on it right there, and away go. Now, everybody's going to be different. So that's a little bit of an old school mentality. Mark Stewart's, according to Ekholm, a little bit of a hybrid on it, right? He also played, now not at the same level of Coffey, but we'll see. And then lastly, Ekholm, of course, who did play at the Four Nations, got in late, was sick when their team was ravaged by an illness. And so he got in late and was asked about his thoughts on making the Swedish Olympic team and how you enter the season and if that's something you think about.
First and foremost, I know I can't be thinking about it too early. Obviously, I'm going to try to do my best with the Oilers, showing that I deserve a spot on a stacked blue line. I know Sweden you have about 15 D-men you can really pick off, and I don't think there'd be much talk about who's been left out or put on the team. So obviously I haven't had a chance to play in the Olympics. That's something that I'm dying to do. I really want to play for Sweden, but at the same time, if I start thinking about that now, it's going to be a long 4 months until that team is selected. So I'm just going to come to camp and starting right now, we're really trying to do the best I can and show that I'm deserving of a spot.
That they have pretty deep blue line. And the other thing, and he talked about at length, and it might have been one of the earlier questions about how, rest and fatigue. And of course he wants to play in the Olympics, but he also understands at his age that rest might be beneficial, right? Like if you don't make the Olympic team, the biggest benefit is now he gets rest in the middle of a season. And I think that was very wise because it's true, right? Like you don't realize the rest, especially when you're the Oilers and you've gone back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. They've had them in Florida played more hockey than anybody else. The difference is Florida rides a euphoric wave of the summer because they won. And, that matters. So I think obviously, Draisaitl's going to the Olympics. We know McDavid's going to the Olympics. Ekholm maybe, if I look, Zach Hyman probably has a chance for Team Canada. Evan Bouchard has a chance to make Team Canada. Stuart Skinner says, hey man, I feel like maybe I can make it. So we'll see. I'm trying to think other guys. Tomasic did make their world championship team. So you would say that he has a shot. I'm trying to think anyone else in the Oilers. No, I don't think so. So, they're definitely going to have two guys for sure. Could have upwards of 4 or 5.
Is everybody completely recharged? I mean, these are the fittest people in the world. Like, how much of a toll does it take back-to-back cup runs on a team when they start back up for training camp? Like, are there guys, is everyone usually pretty healed up over the summer? Like, obviously, if you're Decade of Darkness out by the end of April every year, you're coming to camp perfectly healed up. What's the impact on back-to-back cup runs, you think, going into training camp?
That's a good question. It's funny. I think the Oilers, unfortunately, this group talks about it, and I'm a big believer in it. Anybody in life, you learn more about yourself through the more times you experience anything. So unfortunately for them now, they know coming into this season how to handle the experience of losing the cup the previous year. Like last year, they admitted there was a hangover about it. And if you look at the history of it, teams are 4-5-1 in their first 10 games over the last decade on average, teams who lose the cup, right? Like, so it's hard because even you get away from it, then you come back and now seeing all your teammates together again. You haven't probably seen each other since you lost. So you naturally think about it. Maybe you talk about it again. I don't know. So this year, there doesn't seem to be as much of a cloud of negativity around. Like, obviously they're still devastated, but you know how to deal with it better because they unfortunately went through this 12 months ago.
I don't feel the same heartbreak after last year as I did the year before. The first, like game 7, that's a difficult one. I didn't feel the same this season. As a fan, I don't have a hangover.
Well, but it's like anything. The more you do something, you get used to it more. So Oiler fans are like, oh God, I watched the loss again, but it doesn't feel as devastating because for some it might have been the first one, and it was game 7, and this was only game 6. So I'm sure there's lots of factors in it.
And there's also worth noting, like, by and large, the Oilers are destroying the NHL over the last 2 years. Like, coming in second 2 years in a row, I know to some people is just like huge failure. But like on any given night, you're getting to watch Connor and Leon, and the Oilers are rolling over most teams in the NHL most of the time.
Yeah. Quick break. We'll return. When we come back, we will hear from David Tomasic, the newest member of the Edmonton Oilers on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
The biggest game of the season, your Edmonton Elks Labor Day rematch with the Calgary Stampeders on Saturday, September 6th. It's the next gen game presented by National Bank. Kids get in free with a paid adult P5 ticket, and tickets start at just $20. Score yours at goelks.com.
Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle. Noodle, 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 noodle.
Troll down to Oodle Noodle tonight because dine-in is open. Legacy Heating and Cooling is the #1 heating and cooling company for people who want heating and cooling, because you'll save a bundle by bundling. Then you can use hot, cold, Coming thermostat, do what you're told. Turn up the heat, turn up the cold, to the vents start pushing out tornadoes. Bundle my furnace with some AC. Gonna get a new from Legacy. Oh yeah. Save a bundle when you bundle your new furnace and AC from Legacy today. Plus no payments and no interest for 1 year. That's how you build your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
It's the Brick's famous tent sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com.
RV Wars are back this weekend. 4 of the largest dealers in Western Canada are hosting a massive year-end RV show and sale at the Premium Outlet Mall by the Edmonton International Airport. Arcan RV, Travel End RV, Fraserway RV, and Go RV will be on site, clearing out all remaining stock. Shop early for best selection. Inventory is limited. Special finance rates, no payments for 6 months, and free winter storage. Don't miss out. Visit rvwars.ca.
For all things golf carts, it's the Golf Cart People. Their certified techs provide expert service from maintenance to custom upgrades. Customers can explore the sales floor for new and used club car, Yamaha, and E-Z-Go models. The Golf Cart People stock a wide variety of parts and accessories to keep every ride in top shape and offer convenient rentals for tournaments, weddings, and festivals. Trusted for sales, service, parts, accessories, and rentals since 1997. Visit the Golf Cart People at golfcartpeople.com, your complete golf cart solution.
Portions of this hour brought to you by RV Wars. RV Wars is back. The massive RV show and sale is at the Premium Outlet Mall by the airport. 4 huge dealers on location, clearing out all remaining inventory, special financing rates, no payments for up to 6 months. Details at rvwars.ca.
Hat tricks, touchdowns, and home runs. Get it all with the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.430. Welcome back, Jason Gregor. Connor Halley, Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Also, Wanye Gretz along for the ride. Lots of text, 833-401-1440, 833-401-1440 in our e-well inbox. And we're going to get to the oil report brought to you by Volvo Cars Edmonton, as the fall experience sale event is on now, where you can save up to $7,500 on all remaining 2025 XC60 and the all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Ooh, mama, it is good. Take a test drive this weekend at volvocarsedmonton.com. And David Tomasic, caught up with him after the skate today, touched on a variety of topics. Here's the conversation. Well, David, take us through the decision on why you chose Edmonton.
I would say that it was maybe the personal contact with Stan and the team that we've been in touch for some time now, not just last year. And they also came down to Sweden and kind of want to introduce themselves, and so we had a good chat about it, and I like the idea about the team, and you know, kind of having a chance to skate with Leon and Connor also is a great motivation, and to be around these best players, I would say, in the league, right? So yeah, there was many factors in that decision, and yeah, that'll be it probably. One.
Sweden is it's a good skating league, and it's much more of a defensive minded league, I think, at times. Yet you were able to lead the league in scoring last year. You led the league in goals 2 years ago. I was just looking at your numbers. You've just gotten better and better offensively. I mean, kind of take us through your progression you feel the last few years as a player, and why now is the right time to come to the NHL.
Yeah, I think I was one of those guys who you would say who developed a little bit later. I wasn't as good in my early 20s or around my 20 and around the draft years, and I had to understand many things, how to work with my size, with my skill, and develop the skill, develop some strength off the ice, and kind of build confidence that I can have the skill to be one of the top guys in Europe, and that was just built year by year. And I would say the last years were my best years in Europe. Yeah.
Are you more comfortable, prefer center or wing?
Last 2 years I was on center. National team, I think I was center wing. So I don't care, whatever fits them better, whatever fits, whatever is better for the team. I'm gonna try to do my best, and I would say probably my style was a little bit better center in Europe, but obviously we know here is a different system, different. It's a different league. It's the best league, so whatever fits the best, I'm comfortable with. Yeah.
For Oilers fans who haven't watched you play, kind of describe the strengths of your game and what they're going to see.
It kind of depends on what role you're gonna get, and but so far in Europe, I was able to be, that point producer and having some skill on power play and kind of see the ice and make some plays and also kind of use my size a little bit. But here, I think it kind of really depends what how the next weeks are gonna be, what role I'm gonna get, or I'm able to kind of fight for. And then I was on the role that when I had to defend, and I was also on the role that, I had to be in top two lines and produce. So.
Have you had any early discussions with Coach Knobloch as far as what he's expecting from you?
No. We just chatted a little bit just to introduction, I would say. And then, you know what? I think I signed in spring, and it was like right in the playoffs. So there wasn't much to talk about. And I think I'm going to see him in 2 weeks or something like that, week and a half or so. We'll see. We'll go from then.
You've been in Edmonton now for a week. You got yourself an Airbnb, you and your wife. How do you feel it's fitting in? Like this, it is a big change off the ice, but obviously you're married, you're a little bit more mature. It's 20-year-old coming over here, but maybe talk about that, just not only the game and the style, but just a whole lifestyle change.
Yeah, it was... we've been all over the place in Europe, and obviously this is a little bit different. You got to set up the phone numbers and get some place to stay. And we're also waiting for apartment later. So you get a bank set up so you can pay here. So it's just those little things are a little bit different than when you're in the European Union. I would say that's much easier. You can travel there and stuff like that. Visa, so that makes it a little bit. That's like the stress time, I would say. But now I think we're getting comfortable, and so far the weather's been pretty good. We like the options. We like that there's a lot of places. If you have a car, obviously get a car. We had to get a car, and you can go to many places, and we don't mind it at all. I think it's a great city, and I heard it's a great hockey town. So so far this last 2 days, all the media around here, that's more media than you have in Europe for games. So that's kind of just get used to everything. Used to skating, used to the ice, gear. There's so many new faces. There's so many people working for the organization. That's why I'm here early and kind of soak that in and kind of prepare for the camp.
It's important to get comfortable, then you can give yourself the best opportunity, to play as high up in the lineup as possible, and then just getting to know your teammates, right? Mm-hmm. There's that factor. Is there a part of you at all? Is there a little bit of a rookie feeling, even though I know you're not even a rookie by NHL standards because of your age now, you're a first year player, but you come here and everything's new. Is it exciting, but a little bit of nervous?
Yeah, for sure. In Europe, everyone knows what they're getting from you, and what you have a certain name already. Because I've been there 10 years, but right now you start from scratch and you're kind of new, and you get a little bit nervous sometimes, especially with skating with some of the superstars, let's say, that you were watching on the highlights in Europe. So it's just about getting used to that. They're normal guys, they're great guys, so just kind of get comfortable, keep the confidence a little bit, and try to be yourself, and then whatever happens.
Now, the number 86, was there anything important to that? Is just the number they gave you, the number you picked?
You know what? I always had 96. That's my birth year. And the last many years in Europe, I had it. But obviously, there's Jake here who has it. And it wasn't a question about it. Like you said, it's my first year here. And 86 was just under that. I like number 8. 86 went together. So I just went from 96 to 86.
You're 6'2". 210 pounds. Do you play a little bit of a power game?
You know what? I didn't have to in Europe sometimes, because I was, like I said, the production lines and on the power play lines. But obviously I get, when I get emotional and when I have to, then I try to use it. But today's game's a little bit like, or let's say in Europe, in Sweden, when you have a big ice, you kind of lose the momentum. So you try to, keep skating. So there's a little bit less hitting. Obviously there's got to be more here. So just get used to that. And if I get the role to try to, to be asked to use my body more, then I'll try to do it, obviously. But I mostly try to use it to protect the puck and stay on the puck. But obviously, if I need to hit, I'm going to hit. Yeah.
If I have to hit, I'm going to hit. He can play different roles. I think that's an advantage for him. He told me how at the World Championships this past year, for his country, he was, played down the lineup more because Pasternak and Etchus and some of their other top guys were there. And he was playing in more of a check and defensive role, and did really well at it at the World Championships after leading the first Czech player to ever lead the Swedish Elite League in scoring. And he actually said that's when he got more offers. was I think teams looked and said, okay, this guy isn't just a scorer. He can fit a different role. And if you look at it, your third line guys, they got to be responsible defensively, sure. But then you hope that they have the ability when they create a chance to finish. And he's shown that, not at the NHL level yet. And that's what this year will be about. But he to me is a fascinating one, especially when I look at the order. So they added Mangiapane, they've added Savoy, they've added Howard. They're all smaller guys. This guy's 6'2", 210. And you need diversity of styles and size on your team. You can't have all small guys. You can't have all big, slow guys. You can't have all tough guys. You need different diverse. And so if you look at the Oilers wingers, they don't have a lot of bigger guys. So now he's 6'2" and 210, but he can shoot and he can score at every other level. Now we'll see if he can do it at the NHL level. Like, I don't expect him to score at the same rank. Of course, it's the NHL level. But, if the guy could find a way to be a double-digit goal scorer on your team, and, if Zach Hyman isn't ready to start the season, there might be a week or two where, you look and say, hey, Tomasic, let's give him a look there. Because what are your other options? You got, Matt Savoy, you've got Mangiapane. Right now, Mangiapane shoots left. You can play both sides. So, there's lots of options here. And what we've learned from Chris Knobloch, he likes to move guys around. And the players, I think some fans get more irked about it than the players do. You move around, you try different guys here. One guy's going, okay, he gets a look now. Another guy's going, he gets a look. Somebody's in a funk. Maybe they get a look. He tries different things. And obviously it's worked. I mean, it sounded like a final 2 years in a row. It's kind of hard to me to question, how Chris Knobloch runs his bench. I'd have a hard time doing it. So what's your expectations of Tomasic?
If you can get him on a value contract, I mean, I don't know enough about him as a player.
Tomasic.
But leading the SEL in goals or points or both?
Well, goals 2 years ago, points this year. And he was, I think, second in goals this year.
If we're going to improve upon last season, you're going to have to find some value contracts somewhere. That's as good. Is he on a PTO?
Oh, no, he signed a 1 year.
Signed a 1 year deal.
Yeah.
How much?
1.2.
That's good value.
Yeah, he's my wild card. He is the biggest unknown on the Oilers. I've only seen him skate 2 days. Now, like I said, the only thing that stood out to me was this guy can really one-time the puck. That's the one thing. And he's a right shot. What do the Oilers lack? A right shot who can one-time the puck as a forward. Obviously, Bouchard can hammer the puck as a defenseman. But you look at Zach Hyman's not a one-timer, right? Nugent Hopkins is a lefty. Henrique's a lefty. McDavid's a lefty. Draisaitl's a lefty. Like, they don't really have a righty who is a one-timer who can shoot. So, Ike Howard's a lefty.
Oh.
So, Matt Savoy's a righty, but he's not really a one-timer. Now, this is just one element. I'm not saying that, a guy's going to make it just for his one-timer, but it's just, if you can be a little bit of a shooter at times, that can help.
I'm all for him unless he's in the Iceman's way. No one gets in the way of the Iceman.
We'll see. I'll be curious to see where he slides in. Like, honestly, there are so many options for, like, I am happy that we only have, this is the final year ever of my career that I'm going to have to cover 8 preseason games. I am extremely excited about it. Next year, it's only 4. I think fans are in agreement with me. It was way too many. But the interesting thing is this year, because there's so many new guys, at least I'm kind of curious to see how this guy plays. And even though the outcome of the game will be irrelevant, there'll be certain guys I can focus in on. Like, I'll tell you another guy that stood out to me, Alex Regula. Oiler fans, big defenseman on the right. He's got to be 6'5". So you look at him, Emberson, and Troy Stetcher. They're battling for the 6'7" spot because I don't think they're going to carry 8 defensemen. So, we'll see. That to me is a fascinating one. Right? What if Regula beats out Stetcher? They might lose him to waivers, right? And then there's Noah Philp, right? Noah Philp looked great today. Again, it's just a captain skate, but he's a right shot who can drop the gloves if he has to. He can take face-offs. And I'll say this: when you consider who Vegas claimed on waivers last year, Raphael Lavoie, who's a winger, Noah Philp. He doesn't make that team, he might be a guy who gets claimed on waivers. Wouldn't be shocked by it. So just because he skates so well. And he's a right shot center. There's just not many of them around. So training camp's going to have some really good battles this year. Not only to who makes the roster, but who's going to be the first line left winger? Who's going to be the second line right winger? I'm assuming Hyman, if he's healthy, we all know he's going to play with McDavid, but he might not be ready to start the season. So somebody will get an opportunity for a week or two there, which could lead to more opportunity when Hyman comes back. Jason Gregor, Wanye Gretz. It's a Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca. Remember, the $50 million tonight for Lotto Max. Get your tickets, PlayAlberta.ca. We'll come back with 5 questions on the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
It all started in 2006.
The year Twitter was founded.
Google bought YouTube.
We played Wii Sports.
And the Rocks opened, changing Jasper Avenue forever.
Celebrate 19 years of OTR on September 19th.
Featuring Edmonton's own The Royal Foundry.
With party band Kirk,
DJ Deadly Nedley, and DJ Kenny K.
Edmonton's biggest party started in 06 and is still rocking harder than ever.
See you September 19th.
On the Rocks.
Jasper Ave and 118th.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at cantork.com.
Day or night, tasting just so right. You can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodlenoodle.ca. Oodle Noodle.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is sounding the call. Don't struggle through winter with a furnace you can't trust. For maintenance before winter strikes, call Legacy. Call Legacy. For furnace tune-ups and repairs to give peace of mind. Call Legacy. Or to scrap your old furnace for a brand new high-efficiency one. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. And with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your new furnace, it's gotta be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
God said, I need somebody to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, go to town, and stay all night at a meeting at the school board. So God made a farmer.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We are so thankful God made a farmer. For the month of September, it is our goal to feed 500 families. With every vehicle sold, we will feed a family of 4. So please help us reach our goal. Visit us online at northgategm.com.
It's the Bricks Famous Tent Sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Farm, ranch, acreage, or lake lot. They're here to help at Bashaw Concrete Products. Family owned and operated for 60 years. They continue to provide the best products and service, period. Call now for your free quote on the highest quality ready mix and gravel, a new septic tank, or an outhouse pad and tank, plus precast cattle water pads, garage sumps, and more. Call 780-372-3854 for prompt delivery. Bashaw Concrete Products, 780-372-3854. BashawConcrete.com.
Hey, Gary, is that your dad?
No, this is Evan, the new sales rep I hired.
Oh.
First impressions matter, but when hair loss takes over, it can feel like you're not being seen for the maverick you truly are. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we know that hair loss is more than just a cosmetic issue. It's personal. Let's discuss all the cutting-edge options available so you can make a great impression every time.
Book a free consultation today at drvanceelliott.com. It takes grit. It takes heart. It's the legendary Canadian Finals Rodeo, powered by ATV. From October 1st to 4th in Edmonton, the nation's best go head-to-head in a battle of pure willpower. Witness the raw strength and adrenaline at Rogers Place, Plus, soak up the Western lifestyle at the Canadian Country Expo with free admission and shuttles running between the expo and the arena. This is more than a rodeo. It's a showdown. Get your tickets now at cfr.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Culligan for all your residential water needs, your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles, Culligan.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Positive Friday rolls through. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Wanye Gretz from Oilers Nation with you here on Sports 1440, sports1440.ca. Also, YouTube, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Thanks so much for listening and watching. And if you're on the Sports 1440 YouTube, do us a favor. Give it a like.
And subscribe.
And subscribe.
Gotta subscribe.
Gotta subscribe. Is that what you need?
Then an angel gets their wings.
Oh, yeah. When you get to 1,000, right?
You get to 1,000.
And what are we at? 983?
We were like, 983, 984.
Well, that's close, people. Come on. It's Positive Friday. Get us there. That'll be fantastic for you. And then it opens up new windows of joyousness, allegedly. We'll see. Let's get to 5 questions brought to you by The Brick. The tent sale continues on at The Brick. And think about these deals. How about 60% off original prices, all on clearance items that are now in the tent. You can also get big screen TVs are up to $700 off and free local delivery on any TV 50 inches or bigger. Because maybe you're like, man, I want to get a big TV, but I got my car. I can't deliver. Well, free delivery. Go get it right now. The Brick and The Brick Dog.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
All right, guys. Question number 1, coming off the 2 straight final losses. And Conor McDavid saying today his confidence with the Oilers never been higher. Is anything less than a Stanley Cup win next season considered a failure of a season?
What are you talking about, Connor? You want me to think about the 2026 Cup Finals? I'm still emotionally processing the 2025 Cup Finals.
This is how you move on.
Is this the start of the new season?
How you process it.
Is this officially the end of summer?
It is.
I think we might have a pretty good chance of winning the Stanley Cup. I say we because I feel like I'm on the bench.
Would anything less be a failure? Well, depends. Are we talking to Giannis on this one? Is it a failure? You learn things, but I think in the eyes of the Edmonton Oilers, for the players, yeah, 100%. Like there's everybody says at the start of your, hey, our goal is to win a cup. Sure. But then there's some who say it, but then there's some who can really believe like it's legit. Edmonton has a legit shot to win the cup. Now, lots of things have to go. You have to stay healthy, right? Then players got to be playing well. You're going to need a few positive surprises. And then, the GM's going to have to fill in some holes before the deadline.
Are they a better team now than they were in the Cup Finals?
Well, I haven't seen them play, so I'll say no. That's because there's too many different players. Right?
Yep.
Yeah. Plus, if they win 4 games in a row in October,
oh boy,
it's not the Stanley Cup final, so it's totally different.
Question number 2, Labor Day rematch tomorrow down at Commonwealth. Kickoff at 5. Let's get a score prediction and mix in a bold prediction as well.
I think the Elks are going to win. Revenge is sweet, served cold. 30-20.
Well, they had been playing well, but they haven't been a team in the West yet this year. So I'm hesitant to pick a win. My bold prediction is that it goes to overtime and they lose in overtime.
Right on. Question number 3. NFL full swing on Sunday. A game tonight once again. Is there a game you're most looking forward to this weekend?
Well, yeah, all day Sunday nighter, Ravens Bills. That's the game to watch for sure for me.
Browns Bengals. Waiting for Shador to come down from the scoreboard, lowered onto the field.
I do have Joe Burrow in my fantasy league, so I don't mind that one. Hopefully it's a big day for Joe.
Question number 4. Last night, we saw the spitting incident between Dak Prescott and Jalen Carter. Is there anything worse in sports than spitting on an opponent? And I'm going to say outside of licking.
I guess maybe in like a purpose punch the guy in the nards. Right? Like a low blow. That's maybe the only one I can think of. Spitting's pretty gross, though. But like a low blow, like think about it, man. You take one in the twigs and berries. Most guys have had that happen once in your life. Like when you get a direct one, it's hard to explain. Like that feeling of just sometimes it's delayed and it's just, and then you just like you fall over. It's no joke. Like when the Simpsons did it and people laugh, watch it because it's true. That's honestly, you've seen. I remember the first time I nutted my son. He was 4 years old and playing mini sticks. I could just see him and I shot. I was like, oh, and then I see him and he looks and he's just like, what's this pain? And he falls over. So yeah, it's did I laugh as a father? Yeah, I was a terrible father, but maybe in the same time, I was explaining to him, I'm like, son, it's gonna happen. And it's just like it's hard to explain. Like he tried to explain that to a woman on what it feels like. It's just hard. It's like a woman trying to, oh, do you want to know how it feels like to give birth? Like I can tell you, like it really hurts, but it's like I know that it's like you're getting a bunch of needles all of a sudden in your abdominal there, and then it goes away, and then it comes back, and then it goes away. But the NARD shot, it's really hard to explain. It's just like, oh, it stings.
I think that, I mean, it's lame to spit. Let's get it right. Hitting somebody in the prone position, like if you're fighting a guy and he's down.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, suckering.
And hitting someone from behind in hockey.
Yeah, hitting from behind.
To me, like spitting, ain't nobody getting hurt.
Yeah, it's more dangerous
than
for sure.
Gross.
But more like that's a very good point because the other actions are safety issues. This is just a disgusting issue. So on a disgusting one, it's like, yeah, it's like, I don't think there's anything more disrespectful than spitting in someone's face.
No, yeah, that's very disrespectful.
Yeah.
Final question. Today is National Cheese Pizza Day, which I think should be a staple when you're ordering multiple pizzas for a special occasion. So if you had to order 3 pizzas for a get-together with friends, what would be the 3 go-tos?
Can someone tell me just one quickly? Like, when did cheese pizza become a thing? Like, I never had cheese. Like, growing up as a kid, like, who would order cheese pizza?
Kevin McAllister.
So in the late 90s, that's when it came about?
Cheese pizza, all for himself.
Yeah, it's just like, that's when kids, was that the start of the softness era? Where it's like, oh, can't have any food on there. We just gotta have cheese because we're like, oh, our kids, we just give in to everything. Like, I don't ever remember a cheese pizza growing up. And now I'm like, why would I have cheese pizza? Gross. I'll just eat a piece of cheese and bread. Like, give me a break.
He held off 2 robbers, so let's not call it the soft era, okay?
I wonder if that's what kicked it off was Home Alone.
Honestly, I'm trying to I never my son, we had cheese pizza. I'm like, what? There's nothing on it. It's just blasphemous. I'm sure the pizza places love it. Like they love it. Unreal. Like I can charge you the same price for a cheese pizza, like $1 less, and there's nothing on it.
I like ham and shrimp pizza.
Ham and shrimp?
Because one time,
how many places have shrimp?
A lot of places have shrimp. Yeah,
really.
One time we ordered a bunch.
It seems like very regal.
No.
I'll have a ham and shrimp, please.
They misordered it to work, and so they put 2 pizzas. Like they made a mistake, and they were like, "Nobody's going to eat this." And I ate it, and I was like, "This is fine." So then I would order it because nobody else wants it. So if you're at a party and you order a ham and shrimp pizza, no one's coming to share that. You get all the pizza.
Say, I love shrimp though.
You'd love it on a ham.
Oh yeah. Well, I have it when we have homemade. We have Friday night pizza, and we make lots of different homemade pizza ones. Oh, pesto and shrimp. It's one of our go-tos. Little dried cranberry. Oh, so good.
Oh, when you're ready to walk on the wild side, ham and shrimp.
Ham and shrimp. I got to get this text from Dart too. Hey guys, what about butting? Luis Suarez has been banned 3 times. Got 6 games for spitting. Dude's almost 40. What? He bit someone 3 different occasions? Like, I remember when the guy looked like he bit the guy in the junk when they were celebrating. I always thought that was like the most odd celebration I've ever seen. Yeah, biting your opponent's pretty bad. No question. But
hitting from behind, though.
Yeah, no, but that's more dangerous. But we're just talking like disrespectful. Like, if someone came up to you and spat on your face or bit your arm.
Spitting's way grosser.
I still think the spitting's bothering me more. Like, biting my arm, like, I was probably going to hurt more. I'm not going to like it. But the spitting one would probably offend me more. Yeah. So I'd have to see.
So what are the 3 pizzas?
Oh yeah, I didn't answer the question. What 3 pizzas would I get? Pepperoni. Well, so you want it for the group pepperoni mushroom. I always like the all meats. I'll take an all meat. Meat lovers. It doesn't matter. Everybody has their own. And I like barbecue chicken.
Good. Very good. Connor?
I mean, I would be getting a cheese. I was that generation, Kevin McAllister. I would get a Hawaiian, even though I don't like it. A lot of people do, so I'd let them have theirs, and then meat lovers for sure.
You're a gentleman ordering for the room.
Well, that was kind of the thing.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Well, that's what we were talking
you're not
about.
ordering necessarily for
Like,
yourself.
these aren't
but a
necessarily
get-together.
just my three. It's like, like I remember even at, because we have Papa John's every year for Gregor Foundation for all the kids at grad. So, I'm trying to, got a lot of kids coming from different schools and everything like that. And so one year I ordered a vegetarian. No, one piece taken. And I was like, never ordering that again. So
Donair pizza every once in a while will get the people going.
Oh, yeah.
Donair pizza it's a fine line between good and too much sauce. And the too much sauce just ruins it. So there's a real good, healthy balance. You can't have too much sauce in the Donair.
I know there's no such thing as free ads on the radio, Gregor, but have you ever had Nizza Pizza?
Well, yeah, it's right by my house.
Maybe you didn't go. Maybe you drove past it every day on the way to the broccoli store. I don't know.
No, yeah.
When I give Wanye Jr. McDonald's, I will say to him, did you know Jason Gregor's sons only allow McDonald's once a year? And he goes, so sad.
Yeah. Well, we only buy him once a year.
So sad. He's like, oh,
he goes there to parties and other things.
Poor kid.
Yeah, he'll survive. Oh, trust me, he gets a lot of other things.
But Nizza's is unreal with the sweet sauce on it. Like, you want to talk about top 3 pizzas to order for a party?
I just get it with ranch. I get the
they have a sweet sauce.
Donair
sauce.
They have a really good name of a pizza. The vegetarian nightmare, because that's what they call their all meat pizza.
It's elite.
Vegetarian nightmare with ranch sauce. That is pretty good.
The Pizza Pig Out is an amazing time to try pizzas you'd never.
Are you kidding
tried.
me? Yeah, every year that's coming up here in about just over. We're actually gonna do it this year, and I think early November, and it's some of the best pizza places I'd never tried.
Yeah,
that show up, and it's awesome. Yes, so that's very good. Let's get to the con man. Final hour. Speck will join us. LT will be by as we get to Sports 1440 update brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Buy a new vehicle and help feed families. In September, for every truck sold, Northgate will feed a family of 4. See all their vehicles at northgategm.com.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Trade in the NHL as the Montreal Canadiens trading the contract of the goaltender Carey Price and a 5th-round pick to the San Jose Sharks in exchange for defenseman Gannon Larocque. Price entering the final year was an 8-year contract with $84 million, a cap hit of $10.5 million. Week 14, the CPL gets going in about 30 minutes. Red Blacks hosting the Lions. The Elks in action tomorrow, taking on the Stampeders just after 5 down at Commonwealth. Week 1 of the NFL continues tonight down in Brazil. Chargers meeting the defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs. That one gets going in 1 hour. Major League Baseball, Jays kicking off a series against the Yankees in 7 minutes time. Right now, Mets on top of the Reds, 3-0. Brewers have a 1-0 lead over the Pirates, and the White Sox have a 1-0 lead over the Tigers midway through the second. U.S. Open, Felix Auger-Aliassime taking on number 1 seed Jannik Sinner momentarily. Early on, Carlos Alcaraz knocking off Novak Djokovic in straight sets. Final goes Sunday from Arthur Ashe Stadium. The Oil Kings are in action preseason, taking on Prince George out in Hinton at 7. Golden Bears football in Regina taking on the Rams at 7. You also have the Pandas hosting the Rams at Foot Field, 7 o'clock here in town. The Pandas will meet the Dinos this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. McEwen Griffins hockey has the women hosting MRU and the men in Red Deer. 7 o'clock start for both those games. And football-wise, Edmonton Huskies up against the Edmonton Wildcats on Sunday out in Sherwood Park. Kickoff 1 o'clock. Coming up in hour 4 of the Jason Gregor Show, we'll be joined by Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet and Alan Mitchell, host of The Lowdown with Low Tide. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Silent Ice Sports and Entertainment is an innovative market leader across Western Canada with sports and entertainment properties, including the Spruce Grove Saints, the Junior Prospects Hockey League, Silent Rides Charter Company, the Hockey Super League, and the newly launched Female Super League. Silent Ice also owns the Western Hockey League's Seattle Thunderbirds and operates the Morinville AAA Arena. The Silent Ice Center, a new state-of-the-art entertainment facility, is open in Nisku, which features 2 sheets of ice, including a 1,600-seat arena and a restaurant with a viewing area.
At Fountain Tire, you can save $50 off tire storage with the purchase of 4 select tires now until September 30th at participating locations. Okay. Or you could squeeze them into your backseat, possibly causing upholstery damage, drive them home, struggle, sweating buckets trying to get them out of your vehicle, resulting in you feeling guilty for not going to the gym more often, or at all. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. Totally up to you.
Definitely $50 off the tire storage.
You got it. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
And now Action Electrical's testing team is on defense duty. They're the guardians of safety and compliance, a critical part of any lineup.
Precisely. They perform rigorous safety and code compliance testing for commercial operations. Think of them as the referees, ensuring everything is up to standard before disaster strikes.
Their preventative plays are legendary, spotting faults early. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
It's the Brick's famous tent sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department, like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
It takes grit. It takes heart. It's the legendary Canadian Finals Rodeo, powered by ATV. From October 1st to 4th in Edmonton, the nation's best go head-to-head in a battle of pure willpower. Witness the raw strength and adrenaline at Rogers Place. Plus, soak up the Western lifestyle at the Canadian Country Expo, with free admission and shuttles running between the expo and the arena. This is more than a rodeo. It's a showdown. Get your tickets now at CFR.ca.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20 or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar, presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic,
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows. Locally manufactured and installed, Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product and incredible customer services for all of your residential needs. Call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Positive Friday continues on. If you're a tennis fan, Felix Auger-Aliassime getting set to take on Jannik Sinner in the second semifinal at the men's U.S. Open. It's been a great run, but it's going to be tough against Sinner, man. This would be unreal if he could upset him. Also, the Jays and the Yankees going tonight, first of 3 games. You got the Elks rematch against the Stampeders tomorrow. Actually, a triple header in the CFL that gets going at 11 and then 2, and then the final game will be Edmonton and Calgary. Also, if you're going down to Expo Center, if you're a CFL fan, you're a football fan, you should be going there. They have the inaugural Labor Day rematch brunch. It's kind of like a mini Spirit of Edmonton with sluice juice and food and beverages and tables and live music. It's going to be awesome. So, well, I'm assuming it's going to be awesome, but I'll tell you because we're going. Sports 1440. We got a table, Elks Nation together. So we'll be there tomorrow. Should be loads of fun. And then, of course, you have some NFL tonight, Chargers and Chiefs, and then big slate of games on Sunday. I know college football fans, not a lot of big matchups this week, but we'll see if some teams can lick their wounds a little bit after some tough losses in week one. And of course, the best place to go to get the best odds now is playalberta.ca. New odds, better odds, and a revamped app that's even easier. So check it out on the app or at playalberta.ca. Jason Gregor, Connor Halley, Wanye Gretz from Oilers Nation is here as we get to the Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction, your underground infrastructure specialists. Simple as running water to as extensive as ensuring the freeway is smooth going. That's what they do. GS Construction. Spec from Mark Spector, that is, from Rogers Sportsnet, joins us. Spec, good afternoon. How you doing?
I was listening to those pizzas you were talking about. I'm getting a little hungry. Let's get this over with.
You have a go-to pizza? Papa John's, buddy. I tell you right now, I put Papa John's on the I put ranch dressing now on most of my Papa John's pizza. Unreal.
Okay. I got to go back there. There used to be a place in town called Rose Bowl. It's right over by the rocks. Not there anymore. They had a Rose Bowl special. It was probably the best pizza I ever ate in my life. A Rosario's. Anyone ever slip in 120th there? No Rosario's.
Oh, yeah.
We lost Rosario this summer, but his place is still making fantastic pizzas. They run a New York deli in there that's really good. Okay, you guys are talking about kind of flaky orders. Here's my flaky order. You order a vegetarian, Jay, and then you get like bacon on it or ham or pepperoni. So you get all the veggies, but you also get some meat.
That's a hack.
Oh,
yeah. Hey, extra pepperoni on the vegetarian. That's what you do.
I don't mind that idea, actually.
Yeah.
Like the veggies. Like one thing though, like anchovies should be banned from pizza. I just want to say that right now.
Who eats fish on pizza?
Oh God, it's the worst. Like I didn't know that the original Caesar salad was supposed to have anchovies. And if you go to some restaurants, they're like, yeah, we got the original Caesar salad. Me being whatever that is. Then I'm like, I can't eat it. Like anchovies in the Caesar sauce, no thanks. Just can't do it. Soft. Can't eat that. No chance at all. Now, Spec, I see you have the old Rexall place as your background behind you. That's gonna get torn down here soon. I wonder if they're gonna give like pieces away if people want part of the brick of that building.
Well, brick, like it's not even brick, it's concrete.
The cement. Yeah, concrete. Sorry.
How about bringing home a big slab of asbestos? How about that for your office? Hey, I mean, I did a piece in there. I went in there. It's got to be a good 2 years ago now. Walked around, and there's birds living in there. They chase homeless people out. There's bullet casings all over the floor because the SWAT team was doing stuff in there. It's been stripped down of anything any good. I found a sign that said no more than 2 beers per patron. And it's in my drink shack out here at the lake now. But it's grim in there, man. It's like there's lots of seats just in piles heaped up. I'm sure someone might want them. They're gross. It's ugly, man. It's been when did they play the last game in there, Jason? Would it be like 9 years ago?
2000 and McDavid's rookie season was their last year. So it ended in 2016.
Yeah. So that's 9 years ago. And 9 years of dust and bats and mice and and no air movement. Ugh, it's not pretty in there, man. It's not pretty.
I stole the drink price sign, Spec, in my last time in the arena. It had been long closed, and I brought it to Oilers Nation HQ. And sometimes when the kids are acting up, I'll bring it out, be like, look at what it used to be, $9 for a beer. And they'll start crying. Bottle of water is only $5, crying. Gonna age well, that sign.
Yeah, think about that. That was only 9 years ago, right?
$9 for a beer. At the time, I was livid.
Yeah. Now you do anything to get a $9 beer. God, I think it was 19 or 20 by the time they got the Stanley Cup final last year.
Oh, I think it was started with a 2. Yeah.
No, it went up because beer went up every round. It went up $1. Joke. So, yeah.
Oh well,
that wasn't good. I spoke with David Tomasic today, Spec.
Yes, I heard the
had a
whole
little
interview.
one-on-one with him, and
well conducted.
Bigger dude, man, 6'2", like legit 210. And he can the one thing I watched today, like that guy can really one-time the puck. Now I know that's not the only reason you make the team, but he can play defensively. Like I'm very curious to see what he looks like, in the NHL regular season against NHL players.
I saw a montage or a collective of all his goals last year. It was out there on the internet. I don't know how I saw it. I ran into it, and it just showed all of the goals that he scored. And the vast majority were some version of a one-timer, and some of them were from way out. I'm not sure that, not all those goals go into the NHL, but my point is he likes to rip it. He likes to rip it. He caught a lot of goalies by surprise, like pucks that they didn't even think were going to get shot were whistling past him. So yes, your scouting is right there. He's got a really nice one-timer. I'm a guy that's skeptical naturally. The guy's never played a pro game in North America. So let's be positive. It's Positive Friday. What are the things, Jason, that you need, do you think, to come over here at age 29 and succeed in this league? What qualities do you think are most important?
Well, I think a hockey sense will be a big one for him. And honestly, I believe confidence. Right, because that's what he said. He goes, you know what? I had lots of offers the last few years, but most of them were two-way deals. And even this year, he did have a few other one-way deals that were offered to him. But, obviously the opportunity to play with McDavid and Draisaitl and be in a good team, he felt that, the way Edmonton plays fits in. But I think you got to be reliable, Spec. Right? You come over at 29, like Derek Ryan just retired. When did he debut? 29 years of age? Right
28,
now,
I thought, but whatever it was.
28, maybe, because March, whatever it was. Yeah. And he... When he came back, he came over because he was reliable defensively, and he's a right shot who could win the odd face-off, which he can do. Tomasic, I'm not sure he's going to be 55% of the draw, 56 like Derek Ryan was, but I would have to say reliable and have some confidence, Spec, because why else would you come over here if you weren't confident that you could do it at this stage?
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, every player has to earn the coach's trust. You can't get anything done from the bench or the press box. We go back to a Puljujarvi. He did some nice things when he played, but he never earned the coach's trust. He just never earned the coach's trust. And as such, didn't get to play when it counted, didn't get to play with the best players, and it fizzled from there. So David Tomasic has to show that he's not a liability, that he's not out there just trying to pile up points and, the puck's in my net again. So he's an older player. He's coming from a really defensively sound league. That Swedish league is defensive to the point where people say it gets a little dull. So if he's earned his coach's trust in that league, that's a good sign. He's got size, right? That's a good sign. I don't know how he skates.
A decent skater. Like, he's not a burner by any stretch of imagination, but he, I'll just say this. He skates better than Corey Perry did, who scored 19 goals. So
okay, so he skates okay. So he's got some qualities, and he's not freaked out. He's done a lot of stuff, man. He's played world championships. He's played national team. He's not, sure, he's going to have a little smile on his face the first couple of times he plays with McDavid, but it won't last. He's not Ike Howard, who's never played a game above the NCAA. There's a lot of promise in this guy. Now, what if he doesn't get a scorer's spot in the top six? What if they say, you know what, you got to start in a third line? Is he going to be able to get his head around that, Jay? That's going to be an important part of it. A lot of guys come from Europe and they want the same job they had in Europe. He might not get the same job he had in Europe.
Yeah, but guess what? Where did he play at the World Championships? In the bottom six.
Yeah.
Right. And he said, you know what he told me? He goes, I played in the bottom six in the World Championships. And I think because of how I played, he ended up, that's when he got a lot of offers from NHL teams. So they saw him in that role, because you're right. They're like, hey, the guy's over there, he's in a top six role. He might not be a top six player in the NHL, but now we see him at the World Championships against a lot of NHL players and other guys, and he's playing bottom six and he did fine. So he actually felt that helped him.
Yeah, okay. And, there's probably going to be a little extra opportunity early, because I don't know if this for a fact, and I don't think anyone does yet, I sense Zach Hyman is not going to be ready for day one of the season.
Totally.
I sense that. Yeah. Now, we'll learn more soon. He's going to come over here, meet the doctors, and they're all going to catch up. But I sense there'll be some certainly in training camp and preseason, there's going to be a spot there that generally that's McDavid's right winger. Someone else is going to get some of that action here. If I'm Mike Howard, if I'm Matt Savoy, if I'm Tomasic, I'm kind of excited about taking a little bit of that opportunity.
I'm a big Ike Howard fan because he came with his own nickname already given to himself, Spec. And I'm just wondering, like, do you think it's reasonable to expect him in the NHL this year, or do you think it's more reasonable he's in the A?
It's not a nickname. It's like Bob and Bill, man.
The Iceman?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Ike.
Oh no, he came.
He
with
calls
Iceman.
himself the Iceman.
Yes, he has merch, Spec. He's like 10 steps ahead.
Oh,
it's awesome.
Well,
the Iceman.
Yeah, that's great. I don't love that. I don't, is he going to make it? I can't tell you he's going to make it, Wanye, because I haven't seen him play enough, but I've seen a lot of guys come from the same pipeline he's coming down, and it's not as easy as a lot of them thought it would be. So I don't want to cast aspersions on Ike Howard because I don't know him. I've never met him. I've watched him play on TV a little, and he looked like a hell of a player at the World Junior level. Come on. But it's a million miles to go from the NCAA to here. And you're walking in the door, you already basically said no to one of the best organizations in hockey. You got your own flashy nickname. You're selling merch. I don't love all that. I don't love it.
I think that might be the Michigan fans that gave him the name.
Yeah, he didn't. It's not a self-imposed nickname. Just for the record, he didn't walk around and like Spec. And no, I'm kidding. It's like we call you Spec, but you didn't call yourself Spec.
No.
At least
I stand corrected.
You didn't.
Yeah. No. I don't. I stand corrected. Wanye said he gave himself a nickname, and I thought right away, that's not good.
I meant to say he's like arrived with his own nickname already. We don't have to give him one. He's got one.
Listen, let's let the kid play. Let's let him play. Maybe he'll surprise us all and walk in the door. Maybe there's a Jack Roslovic came out of the NCAA like one of the best guys ever drafted. He's sitting here now a few years into his career. I don't even think he has a team, does he?
No, he doesn't have a contract yet.
Yeah. So, there's those guys, and then there's the NCAA guys like Cole Caulfield who walk in the door and they're wicked. So which guy is Ike Howard going to be? I got to sit and wait and see. I can't predict that for you.
I jumped the gun on Reed Schaefer, who's still a quality prospect. I got the jersey based on nothing.
He had a really good year last year.
He did have a good year.
Yeah.
Where is he now?
He was part of the Ekholm deal, so he was in Nashville as a pro. He had a good rookie year. A lot of people in Nashville think he's going to be pushing for a job this year. If you look at development for a guy where he was taken, that's how his development should go.
Yeah,
I like the Russian
AHL.
Yeah, to score regularly in the AHL is a lot harder than I think some people think.
100%.
No,
it's like. Absolutely. That's my whole thing with Ike Howard. It's not Ike Howard. Any guy who's only played in the NCAA, for him to come and earn and hold and keep a job in the NHL, that's like 1%, less than 1% of NCAA players are able to do that. Yep. Like it is a huge step, right? So that's the only thing. I don't care whether it's Ike Howard or what the guy's name is. That's a lot to ask from a young player.
Oh, without question. And so now he comes in, there's not a lot of pressure. There's internal pressure from himself. He wants to make the team, but I would hope nobody is like Ike Howard's got to be the goal scorer. Like that's not realistic. If he becomes a goal scorer, it's a great surprise. Wasn't expecting it, but because there's no reason to overhype guys. And then when they don't live up to the incorrect hype, people get mad at them. And
more so, I totally agree. And I think you can't put a young player in a position where he's going to fail, and it's going to be really hard on him. Like you want young players. Sure, everyone has some hard knocks, hard knocks. We all have them. Every player does too. It's not all roses and sunshine and puppy dogs here, but you don't want to put Ike Howard in a position where he fails miserably. And now what? That's not what you do with a young prospect. He's a young player. Like I'm not playing him with Draisaitl or McDavid right away, because that's too much It's too much for the guy. It's the wrong way to handle a young player. And we watched it in Edmonton for years because they had nobody, and they ran these kids in and played them. And then halfway through the year, we all said, geez, I thought this kid would be better. Well, no kidding. He's just played junior last year. So handle your prospects the right way. I'm sure the Oilers will with that Coward.
Yeah. Like I would think, hey, Coward, hey, he's an offensive player. I got to give him some preseason time with offensive players. That's like, and here's whether it's like, hey, Adam Henrique is still a good offensive player at the NHL level. He might not be a top line player, but he still has good offensive instincts. But you got Draisaitl, you got McDavid, you got Nugent Hopkins, who hasn't been the captain skates yet. So hopefully his wrist is 100% healed. We'll see. But because I know Hyman hasn't been there spec, and and Hyman, I'd heard, well, he even said it a few weeks ago himself. Well, I'm hoping I'll be ready. The minute a player says that, I'm like, he ain't gonna be ready, right? Because
he hasn't shot a puck yet.
Yeah,
he hasn't shot a puck yet.
Yeah,
it's not cleared to shoot. Passing, stick handling, he's not shooting. As for Nugent Hopkins, I'm not sure. Zach Hyman's brothers, I believe, getting married on Saturday in Toronto, so he's not even in town yet. So that's the reason he's not here. I'm not sure what's up with Nugent Hopkins. He lives in Edmonton, so I'm surprised if he's not. If he's not a captain skates, I'm sure he's got a reason for it, but hopefully it's not a health reason.
Yeah, well, exactly. Spec Elks taking on the Stampeders in the rematch. What's your thoughts?
I think my thoughts are that organization and that team, I think, is close enough to make something happen. Like, here we are. They've proven they can beat the bad teams in the East, and they did that. Great. I thought that they were a few mistakes away from being real close to Calgary last week. So you got to play almost perfect if you're going to be the best team in the league. We all get that. So I feel, Jason, like they've got the bones of a team that can pull something off for you here. Are they better than Calgary? Hey, I'm here to tell you, Calgary's a better football team, full stop. Can Edmonton rip off a game and play, maybe not turn the ball over, maybe make a couple of plays that they didn't make last week, and give, find themselves with 6 minutes to play in the fourth quarter, leading by 2 or 3? Yeah, they can. And I think it's time for that. I think it's time for them to show we don't just beat Hamilton. We don't just beat Montreal and Ottawa. We can take a run at a good team. I think this is the weekend that they can prove that to you.
All right. Spec, have a good one. We will chat with you on Monday. Have a good one.
All right. Have a good weekend, folks.
Yeah, that's Mark Spector. The Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction. We'll return. Low Tide joins us next. It's the Gregor Show presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
It all started in 2006.
The year Twitter was founded.
Google bought YouTube.
We played Wii Sports.
And the Rocks opened, changing Jasper Avenue forever.
Celebrate 19 years of OTR on September 19th.
Featuring Edmonton's own, the Royal Foundry.
With party band
DJ Deadly Nedley and DJ Kenny K.
Edmonton's biggest party started in 06 and is still rocking harder than ever.
See you September 19th.
At On the Rocks.
Jasper Ave and 118.
Is your company drowning in paperwork and administrative tasks? Do you need more data to make better decisions? Nectar.io is your company's all-in-one solution for fleet and materials management, safety, time cards, and GIS-based project management. Now is the time to capture and transform field, site, and shop data into boardroom-level business intelligence, all with one login. Visit Nectar.io to book a demo today. Nectar.io, your business made better.
The biggest game of the season, your Edmonton Elks Labor Day rematch with the Calgary Stampeders on Saturday, September 6th. It's the next gen game presented by National Bank. Kids get in free with a paid adult P5 ticket, and tickets start at just $20. Score yours at GoElks.com.
Japa Machinery Group knows that XCMG may not roll off the tongue, but Japa's team will help keep your construction jobs rolling on time and on budget with heavy equipment sales and rentals. Visit japamachinery.com to find out more.
RV Wars are back this weekend. 4 of the largest dealers in Western Canada are hosting a massive year-end RV show and sale at the Premium Outlet Mall by the Edmonton International Airport. Over 200 travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more. Brand new RVs starting for less than $20,000. All the top brands in one location. Special finance rates, no payments for 6 months, and free winter storage. Visit rvwars.ca.
They are nice, tasting just so right. You can order oodle noodle Adoodle-doodle.ca. Delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle-noodle at oodle-noodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodle-noodle.ca. Oodle-noodle.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at volvocarsedmonton.com.
It's the Bricks Famous Tent Sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances, up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Get the Gregor special. Enjoy 20% off any regular priced order. Enter promo code Gregor at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Positive Friday rolling through. Hey, if you're a Jays fan, you're loving the first inning, baby. Ooh. How about forcing the, hey, you know what? You want to score runs, but you also want to wear down the opposing pitcher. 40 pitches in one inning right now for Schlittler. So that's a good start for the Blue Jays. Also 3 runs. So, and Bo Bichette, his league leading 43rd double of the year. Good start for the Jays. Got some CFL action going on tonight. Also BC and Ottawa. So look forward to that. And of course, the Elks tomorrow against the Stampeders. Rematch should be the biggest. Well, it's not should be. It will be the biggest crowd of the year. For the Elks, great. Love it.
Found an article at Tampa Bay Times. Ike Howard's father started calling him Iceman when he was a kid because Howard was always at the rink skating and playing, even in diapers. The story goes, if anyone tried to take his skates off, he'd cry. That early dedication named him the nickname Iceman.
Oh, you know, I'm going to have to ask him about that when he comes in. So
that's good stuff.
Oh, that is pretty funny. The diapers part's probably a little extreme, and unless he was like a later in age diaper guy, because not many kids in diapers are skating.
But rather than call him Lil Ike or something, they called him the Iceman.
Sure.
Put a little panache.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like
cool.
Let's go in the room, brought to you by Action Electrical. Electrical preventative maintenance for commercial buildings. They do it. Infrared testing, energized, de-energized testing, and arc flash studies. Check it out. actionelectrical.net is the host of The Lowdown, who's really growing out his flow. If I wanted to, like, the biggest thing I've noticed this summer is that when we told Al we're going to be on camera, Al just let it. He's like, you know what? I'm growing the flow. And so it's like eventually Al's going to have like a full on, like, are you going to get a perm soon, Al?
I'll tell you, if I could tell you that I spent 10 seconds thinking about my hair this summer, I'd be lying. The bottom line is I keep meaning to make a hair appointment, but I don't. But it is the longest it's been in some time. And honest to God, it's a bit of a problem. But at this point now, I feel like maybe I just grow it out. I'm at a point in my life where who's going to stop me, right?
Yeah, I love it, man. If you got it, grow it. It's fantastic. Fantastic.
I think all that hair, if it stays inside, then my brain gets confused. But if I grow it out, then my brain's fine.
But Al, here's what I want though. Promise me by October on opening night, you'll do one show where you'll have your hair back like in a ponytail. Right? Just one show. Got the long locks, just one show in October. Opening night. It'll be sick. It'll be unreal. I'll tell you, the kids would love it on YouTube. They'll love it watching it. So it'll be fantastic.
Are you going to grow your hair out again, Gregor? That was just something to see.
No one wants to see that. Trust me. That was a bad. I took it and I owned it. God, I hated it. Like the worst. Yeah, and the worst part is because my wife has a few pictures of it, so randomly she'll just send me one. And just God. So like the overhead view was so awful. Like
oh my God,
it's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
There's nothing like a great troll from the one you love.
You're listening to Jay. Love it. So, but I do have a few rebound ones to send back. So it's always good. You just got to wait. Al, we had David Tomasic on the show earlier, and I really enjoyed the interview with him. Well-spoken guy, talked pretty openly about what he brings as a player and, why this was the right time. And, talked a lot about the relationship with Stan Bowman. And then, of course, the opportunity to play in Edmonton with McDavid or Draisaitl potentially. But he also was very confident. Hey, man, at the World Championships, I played in a bottom six role. And afterwards, he said that's when he actually got more offers from NHL teams. So he can definitely, feel like he's got a one-timer. If he wants to play in the top six, he can, but he also play in the bottom six. He's 6'2", 210, Al. And I was looking up and down, like, the Oilers don't have many big wingers.
Yeah, this is we talk about things and then we forget about them. But I remember when Stan Bowman was hired, I read like a pile of stuff about his time in Chicago, and one of them was that he could uncover talent from Europe. And not just like the top end, the bread man and all that, but guys who could really like play and contribute in various different roles. And Chicago, they really increased the quality and depth of their roster in doing that. So when they made the signings they did today or this summer, I was interested in Leppinen. Obviously, the big man we're talking about, that was pretty interesting. There's a guy. Viljami Marhala, I think his name is, from Finland. I don't know, much about any of these guys, but they look like they can play, and they're from no disrespect to Ken Holland, but this feels a little bit more substantial than Gaetan Haas and Joachim Nygaard. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think these guys can play at a little higher level, or at least might be able to compete a little stronger for roles on the NHL team, and maybe in the top 9.
Gaetan Haas could still surprise you, LT.
Well, yeah. I mean, is he still playing?
Might play his way on. I was just looking up Martin Marincin. That was the one guy I remember you put, and you're like, Martin Marincin's the future. I'm like, okay, if LT says so. And I'm looking. He had a good career, like 227 games.
What I loved about him was giant, and he could play right defense. And the what I'll always remember, I went to a Boston Bruins Oilers game, and it went to 15 shootouts, and finally they went, okay, well, just put Marincin in there. We'll let him and he flubbed the shot, and he scored, and he scored in the shootout. It was the wildest damn game, but I've been wrong on a few prospects, I'll admit.
That's okay. Who do you look at for the prospects this year, LT, with the last 8-game preseason? Like, who have you got your eye on that might impress us?
Well, I mean, obviously the two big guys. I'm very interested in them. I mean, right now there's a big goalie named Samuel Johnson from Sweden. I think he's going to play in Bakersfield, but I think he had a really good year here, and that's a guy that maybe people can look at. I think Bo Akey. The worry I have about Bo Akey is he's not very big, and he can skate really well. But I think this team, they want puck movers, and Akey is that guy. But I think they want puck movers maybe the size of Alec Regula, who's a bigger player. So we'll see. But that's a guy people can look at because he can wheel. Bo Akey can fly.
Yeah. Oh, no, he can really skate, right? And he'll need some time in the minors, no question, which is totally fine. And that's really where he should be. But Al, both Speck and myself are kind of in agreement. And we heard it from Zach Hyman himself first, but I've talked to some other people. Like Hyman said, I'm hoping already for opening night. He hasn't shot a puck yet. I don't think he's going to be ready. Like, we're talking a month away. Right now, he might only miss a week. We'll see. But who do you think is the best candidate to start the season as the placeholder for Zach Hyman on McDavid's right wing?
Boy, that is tough, man. Because let's run through the list. We've got Savoy, who's a rookie. Howard, who's a rookie, but more of a left winger. Kasperi Kapanen. Man, that's, I mean, you know, we just talked about it, but Tomasic is a bigger guy. Maybe you see a little bit of him in preseason.
Yes.
You like that one?
Yes. A lot, actually. Right? Like he's an option. Like there's Matt Savoy, there's Mangiapane, like those are kind of the guys. But you know, when I just look at, you know, size and everything else, and if people think, and who knows, like I guess it depends who's playing the left wing, but you know, Tomasic, like there would be a great opportunity for a guy who was a scorer over in Europe. Say, hey, let's try it. I know, you know, a week's maybe not enough anyway, but it would be something to consider for sure.
Yeah, and the you know, going back to Bowman, but he's a guy who when he signs these guys, I just feel like they if you go back and look at what happened in Chicago, they didn't have any problem putting him into roles that they contributed right away. They made the team, and I think part of that is attitude, where you're maybe, you know, you're looking at a player and saying, okay, what can he do? And you know, if there's an opportunity for a couple of weeks or whatever with Hyman out, and you really feel like you want to play Savoy and Howard maybe a little farther down than the top line, maybe Tomasic is the guy that ends up doing that. It's not a terrible idea to start him at least a little bit here in the preseason anyway.
Al Mitchell, aka Low Tide, joins us. LT, let's switch over to the green and gold. Of course, they're hosting the Stampeders on Saturday, 5:00. You know, I got some bad news on the defensive side. Serezna and Morgan are both out for put on the 6th game, and you know, Serezna doesn't sound like he's even going to come back this season, unfortunately. But you look at kind of how they played against Calgary. Defensively, they did a lot of things well at times. They still don't get the sacks they would like, but was that a missed opportunity? Because I just don't know if Vernon Adams and Calgary's offense is going to play that poorly again. You know, what are your expectations for Edmonton? Was that the game they kind of missed the boat?
Well, I think that they a few things happened. They were in it, and they could not take advantage. They couldn't capitalize. And then the big run back for a touchdown, and now you're really playing catch up. And this is a team that you know, maybe isn't as their confidence is a little more fragile. And you know, Calgary's a hell of a football team. So I think maybe you could look at it as an opportunity missed. But I also think that you know, if you're the coach, you can probably say, hey, we hung with those guys for a time, and you know, as much as their offense struggled, their defense was good. I think sometimes I wonder about the play selection is getting a little bit better, but I think the Elks might be a little bit too predictable, and I'd like to see them try some different things offensively, and that's where I would start. I would start maybe just being a little less traditional on the offensive side, and you know, the defense has been, you know, Elks fans have been waiting for the defense to play well. I thought they played pretty well, certainly in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Maybe that'll continue, but I think you need, especially early, a little more spark, and maybe you get it from one of those plays that nobody expects.
I just ran the numbers on Martin Marincin, LT, and ChatGPT says he's in the 85th percentile among NHL draft picks, reflecting his durability and his longevity in the NHL. So you were right on Martin Marincin.
He could play right side, and he was giant. The thing about Martin Marincin is that he was part of that 2010 draft, and I swear to you, I really thought they were going to be great. They did get Brandon Davidson out of it late, and obviously they got Taylor Hall, who is a wonderful player. But you know, Davidson got hurt. He was Matthew Tkachuk dragged him a little bit behind the net, and then Dustin Byfuglien, I don't even think he saw Davidson, and he just creamed him.
Oh.
And they had some bad luck there, and a few, Connor Pitlick was injured all the time. But I always cheered for Muenzer. I always thought that he was a guy who, if he could just, find a job and settle in, that he might have a career. And he did have a bit of a career, but I was expecting more from him.
85th percentile. Brandon Davidson, I know as for a fact, won his championship in the Czech League this year and got married. So everything turned out for everybody. Yep.
Listen, look at you, mister. I mean, you're like lifestyles of the rich and famous for the Oilers.
Oh, buddy. Hey, any of the off-ice stuff, he's all over it. That's what he needs. It's definitely what he needs. Al, have yourself an awesome weekend. We will chat with you on Monday and recap what could be a very entertaining weekend in football and tennis and baseball. Jay's off to a great start. Should be awesome.
Go Chargers, go Connor.
There you go. Yeah, well, Al's Eagles already played, so he can say that. We'll come back. We got Wanye's World and more on the Gregor Show, presented by PlayAlberta.ca.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you online or at one of their 3 locations. For sales, service, parts, rental, and finance, when you're in it for the long haul, Edmonton Trailer.
You've got a go-to coffee spot, a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need: Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939, we're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
At Fountain Tire, you can save $50 off tire storage with the purchase of 4 select tires now until September 30th at participating locations. Okay. Or you could squeeze them into your backseat, possibly causing upholstery damage, drive them home, struggle, sweating buckets trying to get them out of your vehicle, resulting in you feeling guilty for not going to the gym more often, or at all. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. Totally up to you.
Definitely $50 off the tire storage.
You got it. Book your appointment today at fountaintire.com. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is the #1 heating and cooling company for people who want heating and cooling, because you'll save a bundle by bundling. Then you can use hot, cold, cold. Come on, thermostat, do what you're told. Turn up the heat, turn up the cold, to the vents start pushing out tornadoes. Bundle my furnace with some AC. Gonna get a new from Legacy! Oh, yeah. Save a bundle when you bundle your new furnace and AC from Legacy today. Plus no payments and no interest for 1 year. That's how you build your legacy. Legacy Heating
Is
and
when we told Al we're
Hawaii, the warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in, the freshness of a waterfall, the lush scent of tropical flowers in the air. You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
It's the Bricks famous tent sale. Save up to 60% off clearance items in the tent and store, with more amazing deals arriving daily in every department. Like up to $1,800 off power reclining sectionals and up to $700 off big screen TVs. Buy more, save more when you buy 2 or more major appliances up to $1,000 off. Plus, get a free Bluetooth party speaker when you spend $9.99 or more on furniture. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Stollery Children's Hospital Foundation Mighty Millions Lottery bonus prize deadline is September 12th. Go top shelf to score the Oilers in $75,000 bonus prize. Lower bowl Oilers season seats plus $75,000 cash. You're also in to win the Porsche Paris early bird and the $2.5 million grand prize. A luxury show home in Cameron Heights. Hurry! Bonus prize deadline is September 12th. Be mighty. Buy your tickets now at MightyMillionsLottery.com.
$1 plus tax for a smooth, small premium roast coffee at McDonald's? That means rich, full-bodied flavor at a price that's just as satisfying. Must be McCafe. Enjoy a small McCafe premium roast coffee for just $1 plus tax at participating McDonald's in Canada. Prices exclude delivery.
Portions of this hour brought to you by UL. Get your power play amped up with UL, supplying the City of Champions and Alberta with quality electrical gear since 1975. UL.ca is your partner in power.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
$5.50 as you roll through. Busy Friday. Man, it's awesome. And you know what? It's only going to get busier as the sporting calendar just continues to fill up with more awesome events. So should be fantastic. And the Toronto Blue Jays are hitting everything, and they're off to a good start. Bases juiced again for the second straight inning. Woo! Yankees can't make a catch in the outfield right now, although that would have been a tough catch, but another one just drops in, and away we go. Quickly, let's get to Wanye's World, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Home with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your AC or your furnace. LegacyHeating.ca.
What are you doing this weekend, Gregor?
Well, it's pizza night tonight, and my son wants to watch Chiefs game, so we'll watch Chiefs game. And then tomorrow, I'm doing a little outdoor running, and then I'm going to the Labor Day brunch rematch, the inaugural with the Sports 1440 Elks Nation table, and then I'll go to the game. And Sunday, I am relaxing.
What if on Sunday you joined us at the Strathern Art Walk, of which I am a sponsor this year? Do you know what it is?
The what?
Strathern Art Walk. It's an art festival and music festival, and Little Brick and Dog Patch and that are sponsors. It's 35,000 people go through in the weekend.
Where is it at?
Strathern's just above kind of the River Valley. Globally, it's right by where Folk Fest is.
Oh, okay. I know where that is.
But there's 400 artists. This is what's cool
Wow.
about it. I went last year for the first time, and it's neat to see all these local artists have painted paintings, done sculptures, done all this stuff throughout the year.
Nice.
We got Cadence Weapon. It's Edmonton's Eminem.
It's true.
It's our biggest rap star of all time. He's coming in.
Yeah.
He's performing.
Oh, nice.
Swing by Strathern Art
Are you
Walk.
going to rap with him?
I should.
You should.
He's got a song called Conor McDavid.
I know.
Maybe he'll rap it at the Strathern Art Walk.
Oh.
He better, for the kind of money. Tell you what, you better play Conor McDavid.
Well, maybe you have to request.
If you're listening, Cadence Weapon, Conor McDavid better be your closing song.
Oh, maybe.
It's a good track. Have you ever heard it?
So where is it? When is it?
It is all weekend. And it's in this park in Strathern, City Park, right above Cloverdale.
Okay.
Kind of near the Accidental Beach. You know where that is?
And what time does it go? Is it just Sunday?
It is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's 6 to 10 tonight.
6 to 10 tonight.
12 to 10 tomorrow. 12 to 7:30 on
Is there
Sunday.
a beer gardens?
You know there's
Of
a beer
course
gardens.
there's a beer gardens.
What do you think? I'm crazy?
Wow,
what am
yeah,
I doing at the
kinda.
Strathern Art Walk?
I thought so. So
Hammering beers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice. Okay.
That's my plug.
Well,
Everybody
there you
come
go.
down.
Well, that's good. Lots of artists.
Beer for the beer drinker, art
Well,
for the
yeah.
art lover.
You need beer to be an artist, don't you? Doesn't it just go hand in hand?
Well, I think there's a place to stand. If someone's off looking at paintings, you can have a couple beers. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, will people draw you as you're standing?
They might.
Ooh, get one of those self-portraits. Wouldn't that be fun? I'll check it out there.
All right. Now.
Well, enjoy that.
Thank you.
Everybody, wherever you go, have fun, but do not drink and drive. Don't weed and drive. Don't be inebriated. Get home safe and sound. Enjoy the baseball, the tennis, football of all different levels. Junior, CFL, NFL, NCAA, even U Sports. Enjoy it all. Have yourselves a great weekend. We will talk to you on Monday. If you missed any part of the show, go to jasongregor.com or anywhere where you get your podcasts. Let's get to the Comment of Sports 1440 update, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. where the rates never change. No overtime charges. Furnace repair, furnace maintenance, any time of day, no OT. It's legacyheating.ca. Good night.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Trade in the NHL today is the Canadiens sending the contract of goaltender Carey Price and a 5th-round pick in 2026 to the San Jose Sharks for defenseman Gannon Larocque. Price is entering the final year of his contract, capped at $10.5 million this year. CFL gets going tonight, week number 14. Red Blacks and BC Lions in the first quarter. That one is scoreless. Also, week 1 of the NFL season rolling on. Chargers and Chiefs meeting in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Kickoff just after 6 o'clock in the majors. Good start for the Jays. Top of the second. They lead the Yankees 4-0. Elsewhere, Mets up on the Reds 5-3, and the Tigers have a 4-3 lead over the White Sox in the bottom of the fourth. U.S. Open right now. Yannick Sinner atop Felix Auger-Aliassime early in Aliassime in the first set. Earlier today was Alcaraz over Djokovic. Final goes Sunday at the U.S. Open. Oil Kings preseason tonight out in Hinton, taking on the Prince George Cougars. Puck drop at 7. You got Golden Bears football in Regina, taking on the Rams, also at 7. And at 7 in town, down at Footfield, Pandas rugby taking on Regina. Grand McEwen hockey this evening. MRU in town, taking on the women's team, the men in red here. Both those games will start at 7. And over the weekend, you got Huskies and Wildcats out in Sherwood Park. Down gets going at 1 p.m. Coming up next year on Sports 1440, it is Fox Sports Radio all night. We've got the Saturday Sports setup tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., followed by Toronto Blue Jays baseball radio feed only. I'm Connor Halley. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Yes, it's Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at volvocarsedmonton.com.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. With state-of-the-art motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Work never gets done by standing around. You have to put your words into action. And that's exactly what GS Construction